Shouting all works out.
Good morning, folks. Thank you very much. Welcome to this meeting of South Oxfordshire District Council Community Grants panel meeting. My name is Councillor Tony Morgan and I am chairing this meeting. The meeting is being held in our offices here in Abbey House, Abingdon. Voting members are here in person as required, but officers and public speakers can join remotely if they wish through Microsoft Teams. The meeting is being streamed live and recorded on the Council's YouTube channel for public viewing. 3 procedural matters. For those of you joining remotely, when you're not speaking, please ensure your microphone is muted and your camera is switched off. If you share a presentation on the screen, please stop sharing as soon as it is needed. Public speakers should only have their cameras on and be unmuted when addressing the committee or answering questions or clarification in their designated slots. If councillors wish to ask a question or participate in debate, please raise your hand, either electronically or here in the room. And finally, as a modern council, it's standard for both officers and members to use electronic devices through the meeting to view meeting papers. Some housekeeping announcements. Evacuation procedure. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the building by the nearest exit, which is in the corridor just outside there, adjacent to the room, and straight out that way there. We stand at assembly point 9 in the outside area beyond the fire exit. The officers present will assist you. On arriving here at the meeting, you should have read the evacuation procedure and signed the fire register. Please inform the officer if you haven't. Can everybody please ensure that their mobile phones are switched off and switched to silent during the meeting, and any other devices. Members of the public are more than welcome to stay for the duration of the meeting. However, due to the number of speakers who will be in the room, we do advise speakers to leave in the next break, and you can watch the rest of the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel, as well as being able to watch the recording at your convenience. Please remember to sign out and hand visitors' badges to reception when you leave. When the meeting's ended, I'll ask for confirmation that the live stream has finished. At that point, please leave the virtual meeting if you're joining remotely, or make your way out of the building. Again, remembering to sign out and hand in badges as you leave. We intend to have comfort breaks at 10:40 and 14:45 for 15 minutes, and we'll have a break for lunch at about 12:35 for 30 minutes. Please ensure that if you are returning to the meeting, you're seated on time to resume. A final point, this is not a public meeting, it is a meeting in public, and I ask that any members of the public attending in person or virtually ensure they don't shout out or disrupt the committee's deliberations outside of those who have registered to speak in their designated slots. Now we begin the agenda with apologies for absence. Did we receive any apologies?
We had apologies from Councillors Kate Gregory, Ken Arlott and David Rector.
Thank you. And as substitute attending?
Yeah. So Stefan Fabrishak as substitute.
Thank you. If we look at the minutes of the last meeting, we have the meeting minutes from the previous meeting in the agenda pack for this meeting. Are members satisfied with their accuracy? Could I have a proposer to adopt them as a correct record? Thank you. Proposed by Councillor Gordon Creed. Do I have a seconder?
Anyone else?
I was second. I was here, so I will second. All in favour? Thank you. Declarations of interest. Does any member have any declarations of financial interest they wish to make regarding the items on the agenda? No, none registered. Urgent business and chair's announcements. I can advise that there's no urgent business or chair's announcements I've been made aware of. There are multiple public speakers on several of the agenda items, and we'll get to them in turn. So the South Oxfordshire Revenue Grant Scheme for 2025, 26, 27. There are 29 eligible applications for the scheme, requesting a total of 1.8 million. against a 2-year budget of £667,992. The panel therefore has some tough recommendations to make to ensure awards given allow organisations to achieve some tangible outcomes for residents. Increasing scores will not result in an increase in the budget. It will mean that not all worthy and eligible applications will receive funding. We appreciate this is disappointing news for the organisation this affects, as we recognise how much time and effort goes into completing an application and attending today, and how much time and effort goes into delivering the services that they offer for our residents. In August 24, the revenue grant policy was updated to align with the new emerging externally focused 2024 to 28 corporate plan priorities. Along with reducing the size of the scoring matrix, allowing voluntary sector organisations not based in the district, but who provide services to our residents to apply for funding, and to further embed climate and equality considerations into our policy and processes. Officers have evaluated each of the applications against the updated scoring criteria and policy requirements, recommending scores for each category, providing a narrative for the scores, along with non-scoring comments for climate change and nature recovery, and further considerations should the panel be minded to recommend awarding the organisation. This formed the basis of the board report that was reviewed by the Community Enablement Team Leader and Service Manager before publishing to all applicants on the 12th of February. So we now move to the presentation. We have a list of people. And the first one is Wild Oxfordshire. We will be very, very strict on the 5 minutes. There will be a warning at 30 seconds, and we will cut people off at 5 minutes to make certain we are fair to everybody attending at the end, that we haven't all run out of steam. So I believe it's Rachel Crooks, is that right? Hi Rachel, we can see you on screen. So if you would like to unmute and begin your presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I share the slides, or have you got them there to share? Sorry.
You could share.
If you could share, please.
Sure, no problem. Let me just get them up for 2 seconds. Okay, can you see that screen there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So yes, aware I'm short on time, so I'm just going to give a very quick overview of what this grant is all about, and address one of the areas where we didn't score as well as we'd like to have done. So yes, my name is Rachel Crooks, and we put in a grant application in connection with our Community Ecology and Partnerships programme. Again, aware I'm short on time, so I'm just going to focus on our kind of community ecology side of things. So this is a very brief visual snapshot of what we get up to in a year. Yeah, we're all about connecting people with nature on their local patches. So last year, well, it was 70, I think, around 60 groups that we worked with this last financial year. This year, we're well over 100 community groups, parish councils, landowners, businesses that we're working with within the team for this financial year. So we've seen a really big increase in demand for our services, and we've kind of reflected that in expanding the team in recent years. So yeah, this is what we get up to. A lot of our work is bespoke ecology advice. So that's going out onto people's land, town and parish councils, community groups to see, you know, what can we do on their spaces to improve their habitats for different wildlife. Talks, we do lots of talks on nature recovery, themed around things like wildlife gardening or a particular species, or just kind of general what we can all do to improve nature across the county. We do lots of information providing, you know, signposting groups to the correct areas of the massive resource that is the internet, and where to get that information. And we also have our email bulletin that we send out, and our various social media channels. And yeah, we put on various different events and conferences, kind of training in some cases for councils and groups. So the one area where we didn't score quite as well as we'd like to have done was the kind of responding to community need, consultation and inclusion. So I thought I'd just provide a little bit more information here for yourselves. So this kind of graphic is from the most, well, not the most recent, but the phase 2 consultation of Oxfordshire's local nature recovery strategy. So this is the emerging strategy for the county that's being consulted on at the moment. The final draft's kind of in the works. So in this survey, I think there was around 650 people who responded, a mix of individuals, groups, community groups, farmers, landowners. More than 9 in 10 responded that they would like to do more to increase nature in Oxfordshire and think it's important to carry out actions to support nature in towns and cities. So the appetite to do this work, for people to get involved with nature recovery, is very much there. And yes, here's another slide with some more stats. So most people they don't own or manage land, or they think that their land is too small, not necessarily all the time, but a good amount of people think that they'd like to take action, but they don't know what they could or should do to, get involved in nature's recovery. And this is very much where we, Wild Oxfordshire, come in to help those individuals, groups, whoever wants our help. We will respond. We're continually kind of adapting to any community needs. So, for example, we've had quite a few people request information on management plans, or want us to create management plans with them for their different habitats. And so we're actually going to be putting on a webinar in a couple of months on how to create a habitat management plan, because we're kind of wanting to meet that community need that we've kind of identified. In terms of consultation, every kind of person who approaches us does get that really bespoke approach. So our community ecologist will sit down with them and think, okay, where are you at this point in time? What information do you need? Do we need to do any surveys? And so, yeah, it is a very, very bespoke service that we offer. It's something we've been doing for, I think, 20 years or so now. So, as the charity's developed and our team has developed, we've kind of developed that service with the users that come to us. And we want to do more with people who maybe aren't coming to us, those who don't have the time or the resources to, actually start thinking about nature recovery in their areas. So we want to start this year reaching out to more people, as opposed to having people come to us in those maybe areas of deprivation. We sit on Oxfordshire's Inclusive Nature Recovery Steering Group. We're kind of one of the founding members of that. And we've had some really good kind of projects and discussions coming out of that, such as the Nature Buddy scheme. Thank you. So yeah, we've got the Nature Buddy scheme, for example, that we're developing, and we're also going to be setting up a big project in Didcot in collaboration with Sustainable Didcot. So that's my piece. I'll just leave you with some nice quotes that we've received from people in connection with our work recently. And yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to let me speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for sticking to time. I'm now going to go round councillors for questions and queries. So, any questions or queries? Councillor Borden-Creek.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel, when you're contacted by an organisation or a group, and when you offer a bespoke service, do you charge for that?
No, we do not. For 95% of the work, I'd say even higher, we don't charge for this work. So we're funded by local authorities, trusts, individual donors to do this work across the county. Only if the work is going to take a long time, for example, a really big management plan for a really big amount of work, or if the group kind of offers us some funding that they might have got from a, Onward grant, that is the only time when we would consider, charging for the work. But for pretty much everyone who doesn't have those particular circumstances, we would say, yeah, no, we do the advice for free. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawshay.
Thank you, Rachel. Good presentation. Could I just ask on numbers? How many people do you have involved in the projects?
Sure.
Over a year or two.
Over a year or two. So I think from memory, don't quote me on this, but I can definitely get back to you. I think it was around 800 people that we engaged with, specifically on our community ecologies and partnerships program. So that's people again that we're working with. I think we're up to 113 groups or individuals or town and parish councils we've worked with this financial year. So it's not even at the end of the year. So yeah, we do work with a lot of people, and we do have influence at that kind of policy level as well, where we're sitting on places like the Biodiversity Action Group. We chair the Conservation Target Areas Group. So yeah, we're reaching a lot of people, both directly and indirectly.
Thank you.
Any other queries? No,
That's very clear. Thank you.
right. Thank you very much, Rachel. That's really helpful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right,
Have a good
thank you.
morning. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
If you could stop sharing as well, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Right. Thank you. We now move on to B3 Young Carers. And I think it's Hannah Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. And it says on my sheet, you're not making a presentation, you're just here to answer questions.
Yeah, we are here to answer questions. We haven't had any significant updates since submitting our application. So I wanted to provide an opportunity if anyone has got any queries, wants to know a little bit more about Young Carers, to kind of direct it as you see fit.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Pam?
Yeah. Hi. Well done for your great work. Can you tell us a little bit about the sort of changing demand that you've seen for your services over the last little while, and what you're anticipating?
Absolutely. So a big thing that we're seeing is about 2 to 3 referrals from the Young Carers in South specifically each week. These numbers tend to come from an increased awareness for Young Carers. So a big part of what we do is going into schools and providing that education on what a young carer looks like. Many schools aren't actually aware that they've got young carers within their midst. The recent schools census showed that only 72% of schools in the UK thought they had no young carers, and we know that not to be the truth. There is multiple young carers in every classroom. So by going into these schools, spreading awareness, we're then having more referrals come through. So as we're able to get into more locations, the amount of young carers will continue to increase. We also have things like the current mental health crisis going on, which means that there are more and more young carers coming through who are looking after family members with mental health concerns. Quite often these are siblings who are going through mental health crisis, and this then also has an impact on the young carers themselves, who often end up having mental health struggles as well.
Thank you.
I've got another one. Yeah. I was just wondering about the sort of after what remind me what the age maximum age limit is.
So we're up to 17 at the moment.
17. And what happens after that? Is there any kind of follow up?
It's a really tricky stage for us at the moment. Once we've completed our expansion into the whole of Oxfordshire, that is our next target area. Because there is a really tricky transition between child services and adult services, and there's not so much out there for adult young carers. Of course, when they turn 17, turn 18, they don't instantly become adults. They still are children. So how we are currently sort of addressing this is we work with our young carers who do hit that 17 to come back in a voluntary capacity. So volunteer on some of our trips and get to interact with young carers in that sense. We have one young carer who is really passionate about making a change, so he's looking to come on board as a trustee. And we have another young carer who has taken everything and the support that we've offered and is using that to be involved in the, never get it right, I think they're the youth ambassador for young carers in England. So we've supported them through that process. And although it means we can't necessarily offer the same fun and the same emotional support, we are still finding ways to keep them involved in the charity and connected with what we're doing. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald.
Do you ever get people who've been supported by yourselves sort of coming back and helping others?
We do, and we actually have a really exciting moment right now where we've had one of those young carers who's gone away, gone to university, has just finished his degree. He came back in as a voluntary capacity. He wanted to fundraise with us, and we've actually had a job opening come up that he's been able to apply for, and we're taking him onto the team. So those connections that we're making have really had an impact and left people still wanting to offer support and come back and help other young carers, which is just incredible. And we're so excited for him to come on and give us a really fresh and new insight to what we're doing, which would be amazing.
That's Gordon Creed.
With your the key programs that you run to support these young people in their resilience and their emotional health and social health, do you monitor or have some way of checking the efficacy and how those programs land regularly with the people that they're meant to help the most, because that often gets lost?
Yeah, absolutely. So we use a Sterling Wellbeing Scale. So the Sterling Wellbeing Scale has been created specifically for children to be able to give feedback on how their emotions have changed from the beginning and the end of their time in a service. So we use that with all of our mental health services specifically, so they're able to let us know how they were feeling and if they've seen an improvement. But through that, they also build up these really great connections with the youth workers or our mental health yoga instructor, our counsellor. They build up those relationships and can continue these conversations about how it's been. But we're able to kind of have that quantitative information from that scale, and we can see the impact. But then it's those kind of qualitative discussions that allow us to see if there's anything that needs to be changed or differently. A big thing of what we do is with the mental health support is we are quite child-led. So a really nice example is one of our youth workers was struggling in the first couple of sessions to get much interaction from the young carer, discovered that they had a real interest in Lego, so was then able to take a bunch of Lego into the session, and they were able to play the Lego, and that conversation then came a lot more naturally, and they were able to have those discussions in a way that was much more accessible to the young person. So we do try and really adapt it to make sure that the young carers are getting exactly what they need from those sessions.
Brilliant, thank you.
Question for Sally. How do you interface with other sort of service providers across the district to ensure we're directing you're the right person to help them and not somebody else?
We are big advocates when it comes to young carers. We want everyone and anyone to know what a young carer is and who might be within their midst. A big way that we are looking to do this is to organise more events to bring professionals together to have these conversations. Our CEO at the moment is in the very early days of arranging a roundtable to discuss the safeguarding of young carers and their wellbeing, their mental health. So that would be a really great opportunity to bring people in and really make them aware. But we do go out to a lot of events and speak at a lot of events when possible. We go into schools very frequently, our youth workers especially will go and provide those supports. We get a lot of requests from different community groups, and again, we can provide information, resource packs, and just share our knowledge where possible. That key bit is making sure that they're identifying the young carers, and then we can register them and come through like that. But that awareness is kind of the key thing that we do with all the local groups.
Just very one quick detail. You're operating in Oxfordshire, obviously. Is this a national organisation?
No, we are just in Oxfordshire.
Just Oxfordshire.
Yeah. So we started in South Oxfordshire and the Vale, and expanded to Oxford City and moving into West Oxfordshire in the next month. So we are very much a small scale operation. In the UK itself, we are one of 2 independent charities providing this support to young carers. So we are part of the Carers Trust, which is a bigger branch organisation that gives us resources and can supply us with certain bits of information, but we are completely independent from them. We do everything ourselves, we independently fundraise. And
are you applying funding from those other authorities as well?
Yeah, so we keep our services split into the different areas so that we can really target our support. We have youth workers in each individual area that focus on the schools in that area, the young carers in that area. And then when we do our respite trips, we do bring sometimes some bigger trips and bring all the areas together, but largely we do activities based in each local area to make sure that they can build up those communities. And the idea with a lot of that is that we want to create socialisation opportunities and friendships that just would be so much better if they're so much local to each other. So we apply for funding for everywhere, but that's how we kind of split it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work that you and your organisation do.
Thank you.
We now move on to Wallingford Family Centre and Kelsey Proctor.
I am just a mum. I did not time my speech, so freaking out slightly.
Don't worry.
I sent an Excel out and some updated information for our forecast, which hopefully you've got, but if you need it, I've got it. You might just have to say go, and I will give it a bash.
Are you ready? Go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate your time in reviewing our updated documents and sincerely apologise for any missing information. Due to the need to recreate our accounts from March to April's financial year, some details were omitted. As a small organisation without a dedicated finance department or grants team, I completed this application alone, representing the nearly 1,000 families who rely on our support. I hope I do them justice today by addressing any gaps in my submission. We received feedback that whilst we presented a 2-year financial forecast, there was concern about the reliance on income streams, which may have affected our score in this section. I'd like to provide clarity on this. Our initial budget included our most stable and secure income sources, ensuring financial prudence and continuity of care, particularly during economic uncertainty. However, we have consistently sought to expand and diversify our income streams. Our actual figures to date provided in our updated submission reflect this broader financial foundation. In response to the feedback, we have updated our budget and included all additional funding sources, further demonstrating our commitment to long-term sustainability. With our support from SODC, we now have a part-time fundraising coordinator who's already doubled our fundraising success predicted this year. Our income streams now encompass donations and legacies, fundraising, gift aid, interest, parent donations, room hire, grants, and all other revenue sources, creating a more resilient financial model. I hope this demonstrates our commitment to our financial security and sustainability, warranting the full 5 points for this section, as we have a diverse range of income streams and a clear financial plan. I hope we've demonstrated with the last 7 years' accounts and updated forecasts that we continue to seek, secure, diversify, and grow our income streams. The project theme selected was Thriving and Healthy Communities, and whilst we demonstrated how our services supported this theme, we received feedback that our approach did not sufficiently demonstrate innovation or sharing of learning. As a result, we scored 4 points instead of 5. Our organisation has continuously evolving to meet the ever-changing needs of our community, and I'd like to highlight some of the ways in which pioneering new approaches and sharing our learning. We've introduced SEND sessions, after school tuition for educationally disadvantaged, and a swap shop. These services, tailored to meet specific needs of struggling families, ensure we always are at the forefront of providing relevant and impactful support. Through our Nature Explorer sessions, we've introduced innovative environmental education sessions, connecting families with nature whilst raising awareness about sustainability. Our diverse and collaborative offering, including professionals, has been groundbreaking. We've created a model of partnership and holistic support that other organisations are now looking to replicate. Our organisation prides itself on taking innovative and holistic approach that not only focuses on the individual, but the entire family unit. This approach, we believe, is unique and critical to long-term success. I'd like to outline why we should warrant a full 5 marks for innovation. We're about to embark on delivering parenting courses, which will offer essential guidance and skills to parents, empowering them to support their children effectively. In addition, we have mental health workshops specifically designed for caregivers, aimed at addressing their mental well-being. Supporting caregivers is crucial because their emotional health directly impacts the family's overall dynamic. This dual focus on parents and caregivers is something that we feel is overlooked by many services. Our holistic approach ensures we do not just view the child or the parent in isolation. Instead, we treat the family as a whole, recognising the interconnectedness of all of the members of a household. Our collaborative efforts with statutory services, including health visitors, midwives, schools and locality teams, ensure that professionals from various sectors work together to provide a comprehensive support system. This cross-sector collaboration ensures that families receive unified care rather than fragmented services. We believe that innovation is not just about the services that you offer, but how you deliver them. Our model brings together professionals from different areas, creates a multidisciplinary approach to family support that has not been widely adopted elsewhere. We are able to address both immediate needs and long-term development, creating sustainable and positive outcomes for families. We're already leading by example and supporting other organisations that wish to replicate our model. We recently provided consultation and coaching to another organisation that was struggling to maintain service. By sharing our expertise and knowledge, we help them strengthen their capacity and expand their reach. Our goal is not only to deliver support locally, but to serve as a resource for other organisations that can benefit from our approach. We're committed to sharing what works to elevate the sector as a whole. Our innovative and holistic model for family support is not just responsive, it's transformative. We are proactive in addressing the needs of every family member, collaborating with professionals and sharing our learning to strengthen the wider community. This approach is pioneering and we believe it demonstrates the level of innovation serving of the full score.
15 seconds.
In conclusion, we acknowledge the areas that we've received a lower score, and we hope the additional information shared addresses those gaps. We're committed to financial sustainability through diversified income streams, and our services have evolved to meet the needs of families in new and innovative ways. Our approach to collaboration and sharing knowledge is making a real impact, not only in our community, but across the sector. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and we look forward to continuing to serve the communities and contributing to thriving and healthy families in the district. Thank you.
Can I say that was lovely? Thank you very much, and take a breath.
Did I do it in 5 minutes?
Yeah, just about done.
So thank you very much. We'll now go around to some questions, but just take a breath. Councillor Pell?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just looking at your spreadsheet on the screen there. I don't know if you see. Interesting. I see you've got sort of different revenue lines there. So you're obviously looking to diversify your income streams there. Subscriptions, you haven't got anything in there. What's your thinking on what's the model for a subscription or a?
So you guys put that in as something that we had to. That was already in the spreadsheet. So we run courses, but they're not actually. So you don't. That's not a model. Take some revenue from some of the sessions we run, but it's not a subscription. Although that is something that, thanks to you guys, our fundraising coordinator, although she is also just an amazing mum from school, is looking at seeing if we can get going in the future. Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a brilliant presentation. Well done. It's really good. He gave us all the information that we needed, apart from a couple of questions I'm going to ask now. But you can be proud. You represent your organisation very well. Couple of things. I'm doing the numbers game. How many people do you support at the Ward?
So we have.
And the second question is, you mentioned in your presentation that you provide support to other organisations around. Just tell us a little bit about that.
So we have about 950 families registered with us at the moment, and I think last year our footfall was about 9,500. And so we support people through lots of different sessions, trying to find the right fit for them, I suppose, and what they need. We've been supporting the CIC in Chelsea, who came to us and said that they were struggling. They visited us and said, we want to do what you're doing. They've got a manager in post, and I've been coaching her since she's been in post to support them to, I think, replicate isn't interesting, to work together as a partnership, because actually by them sort of lessening some of our load being local, actually we can work together to be more effective. And also with funding streams, it means that actually if they're willing to run some of what we're running, and also looking at what works in their community and what's in our community, we try to be really responsive to need and listening to the people that come in and see us. And even though it's only just a few miles down the road, actually it's different. But it's been going really well, and actually it was really humbling to be asked, and it was really nice to have someone come in and say, yeah, we like what we're doing, we want to do that too.
Great, thank you. In the presentation, you sort of specifically mentioned about actually one of the things you're concentrating is on the how rather than the what. I wondered if you could just expand that a little bit.
So we are human and everybody's needs are different. And I feel we are an organisation that tries to just look at you as people and encourage that human connection. I think often we are the answer to one another's problems. We just don't get together enough. And I think we can support people in that initial, like, the fundamental things you need. I can provide them clothes, I can provide them food, I can stick a plaster on it. But actually what they need is community, because you might have a mum that is really struggling financially and another mum that is, her husband works away. She can eat dinner at their house and actually their problems are solved. But this doesn't happen if we don't come together and we don't provide a space for that. And I think we're trying to provide a space where we lift people up, and because people don't want handouts, what they want to do is get by. And so what we try to do is give them the tools to do that, and the community that will support them.
Thank you.
I was just, can I ask about the we got? I never know how to pronounce
Why
that.
God?
Why
But
God?
to be honest, I might be saying it wrong because I'm not sure.
We know it well. Who does it belong to? Is it the town council?
So I think the land is owned by SODC, the building is owned by Town Council,
Yeah.
but the charity is its own.
So hence you're able to benefit from the hire of the facilities there.
Yeah.
Okay, but the town council give you the grant.
Yes,
That's essentially your
that's our core funding.
revenue stream, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so that's our core funding.
Yeah, and they
Without them, we would not. So we're very
Yeah,
grateful.
has that increased over time?
Yeah.
Is that the
And
most,
so-
that 40,000 there? Is that the most you?
So when we used to be run by Action for Children, in 2017, all of the funding was pulled from all of the settings, early year settings, which at that point it became a charity. From 2020, we steadily increased, but up until that point, it ran on £30,000 a year, which for Action for Children, it cost them £330,000 a year. So we've been running on a tenth. I think last year, these figures but our financial year runs from June to July, so we had to create new figures. So if I quote figures that aren't right, it's because they're from different times. But it now costs us about £60,000 a year. That is everything. Like, we are a tiny organisation. Like, we have 3 members of staff, and none of us are full time. And we only open term time because that's all we can afford to do. We want to do more because we know that people need it, but we need people like you.
And so you have volunteers then that fill in those?
Yeah, we have amazing.
How many volunteers?
Sorry, one second. Could I ask the Henley people to turn the screen off and mute themselves until ready? Thank you very much.
We've got about 3
So about 12 volunteers that we have with us, but hopefully it will increase, and also our trustees, which will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Get your jacket.
Right. We now move on to the Henley-on-Thames Churches Debt Centre, and I've got Terry Groark, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, listed, but I can see 2 of you on the screen. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, just for clarity, you've got 5 minutes, and you'll get a warning with 30 seconds left. So
Okay.
If you're ready, you may now start.
Hello, we're Terry Groark and I'm Francis Goodwin. We're 2 of 6 trustees of the Henley-on-Thames Churches Debt Centre. We're a registered charity connected to a well-respected national organisation, Christians Against Poverty, who provide us with training and quality technical support in financial advice for our customers. There are over 300 local debt centres like ours within the UK, but each is only operating with its own local residents in its own code area. Our area is RD9, and however, we are solely responsible for all our finance.
Sorry, can I just pause you there? You've either got more than one microphone open, or it's echoing. It's very difficult to hear.
Okay. Try and change that.
Okay, just wait a second. Can you hear us now?
It's too echoey.
We can hear you. It's a bit echoey and there's a bit of feedback from somewhere.
Can you see it?
Right. Yes, sorry. Carry on, please.
Okay. So our principal activity is helping desperate local residents from Henley and surrounding South Oxford villages who find themselves in a situation of unmanaged debt. We help them find an appropriate way out of predicaments by suggesting alternative routes which they can choose from. We do not pay off any of their debts. They remain in full control, but with us supporting them. We make absolutely no charge for this service. In addition to this core service, we run courses on life skills twice a year, teaching people how to budget and manage money more effectively. We also run a job club twice a year, helping young people get back into paid employment. Again, no charge is made for either of these additional services. Our services are freely available to all, irrespective of race, gender, or belief. We work closely with other agencies that SODC has supported, including Nomad and Citizens Advice, and they refer people to us. We believe that what we do is unique in our area and is desperately needed. In the 2.5 years we've been operating, we've helped nearly 50 families. There's no cut-off point for our help. We're always there to support them. People usually come to us as a last resort, having failed with their issues by themselves through other agencies. Many of them have other complex issues, such as mental health, homelessness. A few even claim to have suicidal thoughts. Our unique, non-judgmental. Hello?
Yep.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Our unique, non-judgmental befriending approach can be a real lifesaver. I wish we had more time to show you some of the testimonials we've had. We have a paid part-time staff of 3 people and an unpaid team of 30 volunteer befrienders who support the paid staff. Our charity has 6 unpaid trustees, of which we are 2. The other 4 trustees are respected local church leaders. All our team are Christians and all are DBS checked. I'm the treasurer and we run a lean operation financially. Our operating costs are about £70,000 a year, which is comprised principally of employment costs and fees to Christians Against Poverty to provide us with their professional financial support. Our income comes from grants, donations and contributions from local churches and individuals. If we're successful in our appeal to you for £22,000 per annum for the next 2 years, you will ensure our ability to expand our offer to an ever-growing group of desperate local residents and provide them with a much-needed lifeline. We understand you've had a large number of grant requests, but hope that based on this information and highlighting the following specific points on your criteria for scoring, you will feel able to make us a higher priority for funding.
Thank you, Francis. To conclude the presentation, we just wanted to highlight the areas in your evaluation that we'd politely ask you to reconsider for us. We currently got a scoring total of 17 out of 27. The first area is to do with the community. So responding to community needs and consultation and direct community benefit and inclusion was scored 3 out of 5 for both those areas. All our efforts are focused on responding to needs within our local community. We help all residents, regardless of their faith or gender or religious beliefs. So we'd ask you to politely look again at the scoring for those 2 criteria. The second point is points for other local or national organisations, where
30 seconds.
We are the only ones offering the service in the area, but as Francis has said, we're affiliated to the national charity Christians Against Poverty, although we are responsible for all our own costs. So we'd politely ask you to look to see whether we can score a point for linking to another national organisation. And then towards the end, the points for corporate plan, you've criticised us for lack of evidence for clearly defined evaluation measures. And in retrospect, we agree with you. But since we made the application, we've now tightened up stronger measurements. For example, in our second year, we've evaluated totally, we've helped 44 clients, which is 47 adults and 30 children. And the amount of debt we've helped to write off so far is £372,000. So we're very happy to give you a copy of that additional measurement, which we hope would strengthen.
Thank you very much. You've reached your 5 minutes now, so thank you very much for that. Right, questions from members? Councillor Powell?
Yeah. How do people find out about you? How do they know how to find you?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I can't hear very clearly at the moment.
Okay, it's how do you reach your potential clients, people you help? How do they find out about you?
There's a free phone number which people can ring, and it goes to our Christians Against Poverty centre in Bradford, and they do a sort of triage because they've got certain criteria where they can help people or they can't help people. So if they pass through the triage, okay, they then get put on a waiting list for our area. We can handle up to 4 cases per month because we have 2 debt coaches, trained debt coaches. So they might be, if we're very busy, they might be seen within a couple of months. If we're not so busy, they get seen the same month.
Could I just expand on that? How do people locally find out about the free phone number? Where would they actually discover the free phone number?
We run quite a big awareness raising. Terry is very good at getting press coverage in the local Henley Standard. We have leaflets, we have newsletters, we have information in all the churches. The other people like Nomad and Citizens Advice all have referral notes for us and have leaflets as well. So it obviously in 2 years you're not fully known by everybody, but our awareness is growing quite rapidly within the area and will continue to grow.
I think just to add to what Francis has said, we use the social prescriber network with the local NHS areas to growing effect, where they look at people on the waiting list and can see people that might need financial help. So we've got a strong growing network of referrals locally.
Thank you. Any other?
Well,
I
think, thank you, Chair. I think that pretty much answered the question I was going to ask, which was the inclusion element. My query was that if you weren't a Christian, how would you know that you were available for people who weren't? But I think you've answered that question in terms of your social referral network.
Yeah, and all the other secular agencies that we work through, like Citizens Advice. So people are getting to, the people who are in the know, the people who do the referrals know about us, and we meet with them regularly.
And our statistics are 9 out of 10 clients are not Christian.
Thank you.
Right. I see no other questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we now move on to Oxfordshire Youth and Emily O'Shaughnessy, I hope I've got that correct.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and meet with you. And I think I've just been sat here feeling completely inspired. I mean, I don't envy the decisions that you have to make, but in the same breath, I think it's clear that however the money is spent, it is absolutely going to change young people's lives in the wider community because of the quality of the work. So I just feel very inspired actually by how much incredible stuff is happening in this part of the world. So I'm Emily O'Shaughnessy. I started out working as a youth worker for Oxfordshire Youth in Tame when I was 16. I haven't stayed here for all of that time. I've gone off and done other things, but I did come back to Oxfordshire Youth in 2020. So I'm a kind of product of youth work and a kind of living example of how it can turn a young life around. What I wanted to do today is just spend a couple of minutes on the slides to give you some additional evidence. Since we submitted the bid, as you know, in the current climate, things are changing all of the time. We've been working really, really hard to address the issue that you picked up, which is of our reserves. We have been relentless in our mission to pursue core funding. And I'll go on to that in a minute, but I just wanted to first of all highlight again that we're an infrastructure organisation as well as direct delivery. So we're here to champion and advocate for the entire children and young people sector and ensure that the sector receives the support, the advocacy and also the investment that they deserve. So we very much are here championing the organisations present who work for children and young people, and it's why through funding Oxfordshire Youth you will also be funding Didcot Train run by the fabulous Ben and also the youth club in Berensfield as well. We're very determined to bring more sustainable funding into the south as Oxfordshire Youth, and would work hard over the next 2 years in terms of seeking match funding to sustain the impact of the work that happens over the next 2 years. But our ambition is we will absolutely lead a transformative programme in 4 secondary schools and in the community. We take an assets-based approach, so we see the future potential of every young person. We don't see young people as defined by their labels, but more that those labels are part of their enriched positive futures and identities, which is why peer mentorship and leadership play a crucial role in both the transitions programmes, the Year 6 students coming up into Year 7 and our young leaders. So just to summarise our scoring, you can see that the content of what we do is well researched, informed, backed up with evidence. The timing of our bid submission showed that we weren't in a position where we had the reserves that gave you the confidence. So I just want to move on to the next slide to give you that confidence. So since the bid submission, we have launched a major donor campaign to secure 200,000 in unrestricted funding to make sure that we end our current financial year in a positive and also have reserves in place. We just received a 6-figure donation on Monday, which is the biggest single donation in the charity's history, to help us get up to our current place, which is 135k. In the last couple of weeks, we have finalised our partnership with BMW Mini Plant and David Lloyd's as part of our Business Guardians programme. So with our young leaders funded work through this project and grant round, we will ensure that young people are signposted and engaged with the businesses that we're bringing on board for further career opportunities and placements, as well as mentoring with the CEOs and senior management of those businesses. We are also working with a company called BGF. They're an investment firm, and they've been giving us pro bono support over the last year, but they are continuing that support onwards to ensure that we have really secure and solid sustainability plans around our finances and our reserves moving forward. So just lastly, I wanted to offer this out to you all, as you are responsible for the public pound. I want to kind of remind all of us in the room that this is kind of evidenced most recently in November 24, that for every pound invested in youth work, and there is incredible youth work happening across this portfolio of grants, it generates £6.40 in societal benefits. So that's reduced crime, improved mental health, better educational, employment and health outcomes. All of those things are woven into the work that we're proposing in Transitions and Young Leaders, that is evidenced across the other projects that are being submitted as well. So thank you very much for listening. Very happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I could start with a question for myself. In the application, you advise work in partnership with Didcot Training. Is that on their Transitions programme?
So Transitions is Oxfordshire Youth programme, but we will be working in partnership with Didcot Train to deliver the programme. So we'll have an Oxfordshire Youth member of staff, but we want to make sure it's place-based so that Ben's team will be involved in the delivery alongside our staff. Ideally, we want to be moving towards the model where Oxfordshire Youth, because we're larger, we have more resource to be designing programmes and spreading them out across the county. What we'd like to be able to do is move to the model where we do the heavy lifting, and then place-based organisations who work in those areas directly on the ground are able to run those models, and we can support with that.
So is that subcontracted out to
Yeah, but we will be working in partnership. So we will also have delivery staff working alongside Didcot Train staff. But yes, we'll be in the budget. You'll see there's £15,000 a year for Didcot Train.
So 15,000.
Yes.
Thank you. So that was my question. Councillor Gorshaw.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It says in the report you work in Didcot, Varinsfield, Tame, Chenna, Wallingford. Two questions in a way. Why don't those organisations do it on their own? And the second question is, what benefit do you add to that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question. Well, firstly, I would say we're a partnership-driven organisation, and we're trying to achieve systemic change in Oxfordshire. So there are multiple complex issues that are leading to compounding and rising inequalities. No one organisation is going to be able to tackle that alone. So we very much take a partnership approach, and we've got partners in the room that we have been engaged with on multiple projects, whether that's our mental health conference that brings together the sector, or programmes that run across the county that are place-based. So projects can deliver incredible work, and they are delivering incredible work on their own. Oxfordshire Youth has got a track record of nearly 80 years of designing and delivering evidence-based and informed youth work programmes that work, and we can work in partnership with people on the ground to deliver them, but we have also independently delivered them. What we want to be able to do, because we are a larger organisation, is use more of our fundraising resource, marketing and comms resource, and leadership resource to support more investment and resources to go into those communities as well. So it's very much working alongside, but recognising that as an infrastructure organisation, we are able to leverage in more support where it's needed. And that's been a model that's been effective in terms of the bid itself. You'll see Bairnsfield, you know, they don't have the people power to be able to get a young leaders program up and running and funded. They're really light touch. Like you said, you've got, you know, amazing work happening on 3 people, don't necessarily have the time and the capacity to be able to do what is required to get a project up and running, monitored and evaluated, seeking multiple years of funding. It's a really tough role. So if we can do some of that work alongside, and actually enable the people on the ground to do what they're best at, which is building incredible relationships, listening to the community, and working in collaboration with us, I think that leads to better outcomes and less burnt out volunteers, which we're seeing across the board. There are really depleted after the pandemic levels of volunteers in the community. So we need to make sure that funding gets to grassroots places, and we're also a direct delivery organisation, so we can bring that expertise too.
Thank you. Councillor Powell.
I was interested in the corporate fundraising you've done as well there. Do they have any sort of strings attached, or is that just core funding unallocated?
It's not strings attached, but it is a strategic piece of work. So I've been trying to tackle the core funding issue for the charity sector for 10 plus years, because I think it is absolutely nonsensical that incredible people who are delivering social change work are having to spend a huge amount of resource just keeping the lights on. To me, that doesn't make sense, and it is perpetuating the issues and problems in our society. So this model of corporate philanthropy is about multi-year core funding investment, but also opening the doors to those businesses to ensure that young people experiencing barriers to educational and employment outcomes are able to get in through the doors. And one of the things that I'm really excited about is that the CEOs and the C-suite of those organisations are offering personal hours of mentoring for young people, and so that will be available. Lucy Group Factory in Tame opened up their doors and ran work experience placements most recently. It was so impactful, and of course work experience happens all over the place, but what we're doing differently here is that the 12 businesses who come around Oxfordshire Youth are coming around the issues of inequality across the county, and they are making a long-term investment to working in a very strategic way to ensure that young people are building their social capital, and getting those equitable opportunities to move forward in their lives. And that's, you know, we all know how the world of, opportunity works. It's who you know. And so often it's just children and young people who don't have those networks, or families don't have those networks because of how the economy works. So we're trying to challenge that and say we need to open up the resources, and businesses are in a really prime position, I think, to work in partnership with local government and the sector to advance social change more quickly.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Are you able to feed back to those corporate bodies in terms of, you know, the impact that they've had with them offering places or money?
Do you mean in terms of the feedback of their investment?
Yes.
So they are going to be forming a council around Oxfordshire Youth. So the 12 CEOs of the businesses that are invited are going to come and work with us strategically over the next 3 years. So they're going to be on a journey of partnership with us, where the feedback will be going, we'll be having young people alongside us as well, because we also recognise there's a real lack of diversity in some of those really profitable businesses. So we want to help diversify those workforces as well. And I was just going to say one more thing, which was today we've got a company opening their doors to a cohort of young people who are going in, and those young people are experiencing digital poverty, which is a huge issue for young people, being excluded from educational opportunities and employment opportunities because they don't have working laptops, Wi-Fi, or they don't have the digital literacy skills they need. So we are running a programme ourselves, but ensuring that through our partnerships with businesses, the young people are actually doing the Young Leaders Programme, digital literacy skills, but then getting into real live workplaces to practice them and build their connections and opportunities.
Right, thank you. That's excellent. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
So the last presentation in this part is from My Vision, and I think that is virtual, from Mark Upton. Hi, Mark. You have 5 minutes presentation. You'll be given 30 seconds warning at the end. So thank you for joining us today, and over to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and hello to everybody. And firstly, thank you for letting us present, and a big thanks for your support over the years. We've absolutely loved partnering with South Oxfordshire in our charitable work, and over the last few years really expanded into some key areas in South Oxfordshire, which I'll explain in a minute, and hopefully that came through in the application. But what I'll start with is, as you may be well aware, the huge effects that blind and visually impaired people have had over the last few years, and the knock-on effects on our lives have been huge. So since the COVID pandemic and since the cost of living, we believe that the gap of good outcomes for blind and visually impaired people has grown, and we're seeing huge amounts of evidence come through in terms of several key areas, one of those being loneliness and isolation, which has a huge knock-on effect on the person's ability to live independently and to be a part of the community. We're also really concerned about employment rates for blind and visually impaired people. So 1 in 4 blind and visually impaired people are in employment. So 75% of the working age people we're working with do not work. Costs are going up for those individuals, and income is not increasing for them in any way, shape or form, and with their reliance on benefits. We're really wanting to see more visually impaired people active in their community, playing a part in their community, and in employment, in volunteering opportunities. And for those who are older, we want to ensure that they are also playing a part, that they are knitted into their communities, and being able to be active and independent. So the work we're doing in South Oxfordshire is our community engagement work. This includes peer-to-peer support. We absolutely believe in the power of peer support. So blind and visually impaired people running groups, running social activities together within those different areas. So we have fantastic groups in Didcot, Henley, Thame, and Wallingford, and in Wheatley within South Oxfordshire. Those groups are thriving. Those groups meet regularly. They often have outings, but they're all about support. It's great to be able to go along and actually say to people, do you know what, I really struggle with this? And they go, so do I. This is how I cope with it. And it's all about sharing and empowering. One of our key projects, which has come out in the last year, is our Green Walks project. So we took part in some research with Natural England 2 years ago, which identified the key barriers for blind and visually impaired people accessing green spaces, so your parks and your recreations and green areas locally. So we set up regular walking groups, started with our pilot in Didcot, and the outcomes have been absolutely huge. So we're seeing people who have gone from being very isolated in their homes to being empowered to be able to get into their local park, to go for a 20-minute walk, for an hour walk with their peers, and to get out, get that fresh air, get that exercise, and get embedded in their community. So this is really empowering, and we're seeing some huge impact with those people being able to do that independently. We're also seeing a great impact with our peer support, with our befriending networks, and with the information and guidance we give. So information and guidance can help with things like benefits, as I said, travel, which is a key area for people, and general knowledge on equipment and support. It also included our technology support, because we're very keen to, again, close that gap on getting people online and connected on the internet, as well as in their local communities. So there's lots of work we do. We really believe, as we say, in the power of peer support, the power of lived experience. As an organisation, over 60% of our staff team have lived experience, and around sort of 40% of our volunteers have lived experience of sight loss. So we're really driving that forward, because we believe that we can show people what's possible by living our lives and living independent and active lives. So as I said, our work is really growing in South Oxfordshire. Really proud to have worked with yourselves before, and we really want to see that grow and see visually impaired people sort of more active, more engaged, and playing their part. We don't want people hidden away. We believe that social change comes from being seen and being heard, and being a part of community. So absolutely happy to answer any questions about what we do and how we do it. I will just add a caveat. It was my colleague who made the application, so hopefully I can answer those questions as correctly as she would have done, but I'm very happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions from councillors? Councillor Gorjak.
Thank you. Sorry, it was Mark, was it? Yes,
that's
Mark.
it, yes.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, I apologise.
That's okay.
Can I just talk about the scoring that our officers have given. Financial review, you get 2 out of 5. The comment is a funding plan covering the required 2-year period, although a deficit budget is forecast for both years. You anticipate an increase in donations as a result of the recruitment of a community fundraiser. However, there is some reliance on certain income streams and small gaps in funding. So you only scored 2 out of 5 on your finances. I wonder if you could talk about that, please.
Of course, yeah. So although we've projected a sort of slight deficit 2 years in a row, we do have, being an established charity, we do have legacies that come in. This is really hard to account for, as sometimes we're notified of a potential legacy, and that can take 3, 4, 5 years even to come through the door. So that certainly plays a part in what we're doing. One of the reasons we're projecting a slight deficit is because we've relied heavily on trusts and grants over the years, and we're currently in a transition period to diversify, or we have been in the past sort of year, to diversify that income, both through community fundraising, also very gladly through enterprise work. So I'm very pleased to have some support through South Oxfordshire's business support, looking at social enterprise work. So we're looking at some models and some income streams there. So although we've projected these deficits, this is sort of the reality. We've got that hard work ahead, obviously, to close that gap.
Just a quick question. In the report, it says that you're recruiting a fundraiser, a community fundraiser. Has that post been filled?
They're in place. They've been in place for a month now, so their feet are on the ground and working away, which is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, recruitment is hard at the moment, particularly in the charity sector, so as it is everywhere. But really pleased to get a very good person on the ground.
Excellent, well done.
Councillor Gordon-Green.
Thank you, Mark. So one of the things you said in the very beginning was how it's like 1 in 4 of visually impaired people are in employment. Is that something that your organisation seeks to support, to get people into employment?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we don't have a particular employment service. One of the reasons being is because there are some very good specialist services out there, both locally and nationally. One of the things we do, we're a small organisation, so there are plenty of add-on bonuses to our services which do help people into employment. So some of that is the independent skills they build to be work ready. Some of those are more specific, so IT skills and technology skills. So obviously when you lose your sight, you've almost got to relearn how to use a lot of the tech that a lot of people take for granted, so using a magnification or screen reader on a computer. So we do help with those skills, which have indirectly obviously helped people into employment. But we work with partners, so some national charities who provide what we call the kind of careers advice, CV building, interview skills, and application and help. We also work with the local Oxfordshire Employment Service. We're also a disability confident leader, so as I said, we employ 10 visually impaired staff here, including myself, and we have we've got an apprentice at the moment, which we're really proud of. As a small team, we've got an apprentice, and we've had interns in the past. So that's our small way of influencing it. But we obviously, our services indirectly support employment outcomes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Powell.
Actually, it was a comment that was made by one of the other presenters about that link into the social prescribing system, and I wonder if you've made any connections through the ICB or the local GP surgery.
We do, yeah. So we do have quite a few referrals through social prescribing, and our Green Walks project is actually one area which is a really good route in for people. And in fact, we're even involved in some of the sort of national research going into that, which came out of Natural England, and one of their staff is working currently on green spaces and social prescribing, so we're involved a little bit in that area, but we certainly receive quite a few referrals for social prescribing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. That concludes this part of the meeting. So
Thank you,
we
Mark.
will now. Right, is it? Yeah, we'll now take a 15-minute break.
Bertie, can you confirm that the stream has been paused?
Right. Thank you for all of you for turning up. That's fantastic.
Hey, Bertie, could you let us know when we're live again? Thank you.
Thanks, Bertie. Is Joe Kitchen online at the moment? No, so we will skip over Tom Lee and come back to him in a minute. We have Gary Hibbett from the Abingdon Bridge.
Thank you. Over to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all fellow councillors here today, considering all these amazing applications. I really appreciate the great company we're in with the sector we've got in South Oxfordshire. It's quite astonishing and inspirational listening to the other organisations earlier. And just another note to sort of thank all the team that's gone through the process of doing the scoring. I think that it's astonishing the turnaround, so appreciated. Just as you're based in Abingdon today, considering South Oxfordshire, there's a huge synergy with the Abingdon Bridge. We've got headquarters in Abingdon, but we work with huge amounts of young people across South Oxfordshire. And that's every small village and every single town. And I'll talk you to a little bit about where the referrals come from and the amount of referrals in a second. I guess the other thing to say is we're a grassroots-based organisation. We've got a lot of volunteers, a great trustee board, and I'm really hoping, I appreciate that there's a tough job about where the money goes to. We've got no grievances with the score that we've got, but any money really helps us draw down further national funding. You know, for example, the lottery, they really look at places like the district councils funding you, and we really need to demonstrate with our national lottery grant that we still can get local district support. So for us, it's a real plea to hope that continues in some part, because your previous funding has gone a long way into us really changing young people's lives and saving young people's lives too. Can I have the next slide? This is just a little bit about the need, and I'm not expecting you to read all this because we certainly haven't got time, but 9 different young people and families reach out to the Abingdon Bridge from across the south every single week. We've currently got 51 young people from the south on our waiting lists. Some desperate, some that's been on waiting lists and through crisis and even admitted to hospital several times. We have desperate grandparents phoning us, desperate parents feeling absolutely hopeless, not sure where or how to help their grandson or daughter or child. And the Abingdon Bridge really provides that lifeline. Just a couple of the, sorry, if we can go back to the needs side. Certainly in the older group, we feel like there's a huge drop off between 18 and 25. And a part of our grant is actually doing more of a campaign for people aged 18, 25 across the south, because too many young men have took their own life recently. And we're getting a lot more referrals from that age group because we're making more noise about it. And the Abingdon Bridge really wants to continue that work. And you can see that, you know, 1 in 10 that come to us in that age group have either acted or having serious thoughts about their existence. Yeah, next slide. Just, this is a bit of a jumble, but excuse me. So the things that the Abingdon Bridge are going to do across the south and continue to do is one-to-one counselling support, which is our professional counsellors delivering that. It's completely free. And we're also providing support with short-term and long-term counselling. We offer initially 12 sessions, but for some young people, looking at the data, we're working with up to a year sometimes, holding them because there's nowhere else for them to be supported by. So we're sort of working with our other partners about to sort of channel them into longer-term work, so we don't just give up after 12 weeks. And a lot of the counselling is preventative. It's not just saying, oh, you know, okay, let's think about mental health, which is a word that gets used a lot. It's an umbrella term. It's about how the individual can build up the skills and resilience to regulate their own sort of emotions and connect with the community. It's not just about to sit there listening. That works for some young people, but sometimes we need to be more proactive than that. The educational workshops and group works, we work with a lot of the schools in the area, in the south, and the group work's great for people coming together and realising that they're not alone and that their problems can also, that there's synergies with other young people's problems, and actually they get so much from feeling they can help others. So the psychoeducation group book is something we want to continue rolling out in the area. The Youth Ambassador Programme, I'm going to tell you about one young man. He was in an absolute state when he came to the bridge. He's a Didcot resident, and multiple complex issues at home, drugs and alcohol, there was abuse and various other aspects of poverty. He worked with us initially with our counselling programme. He got involved with a group, and he really turned a massive corner with the help of ourselves and another charity. And I was so pleased that now he's back helping deliver the groups and deliver the workshops and acting as a real ambassador and alumni is the organisation. Just on my last slide, I just wanted to just mention, because we scored, these are the outcomes, we pre and post measurements for everything. We have a real track record and robust system in place to know when we make a difference. So that's a really important aspect of today. We're not just winging it. There's evidence there that we can really make a difference. I think I'm out of time. But any questions certainly around the finance part would be useful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Questions?
Go on, Denise, you go first.
I was just going to ask about that. So yes, your scoring was 3 out of 5 for the financial review. So you've got a deficit budget forecast. So could you explain about that?
Yeah, no, sure, because I think most charities will probably understand that it's really hard to predict what's coming in 2 years' time. I actually didn't include 2 or 3 potentials in my first bid. I only put in things that I knew were guaranteed. And since then, that's changed. And I have put that in the slide, what it looks like now. We're now predicting very, very small deficit of like £1,000 and then £900. But our forecast we put to you isn't just a thumb in the air. They're what we know is guaranteed. So that's without additional income coming in. So actually the next 2 years look really, really robust and balanced if we're to receive money from this panel today.
Just how long have you been running?
33 years.
33 years, right. And you mentioned it a little bit, but to talk a little bit more about the other organisations in the sector that you work with and partner with, and just to, because as you know, the money, we haven't got enough money to give everybody what they ask for, but so we are going to be looking at, what are the synergies, what are the opportunities to leverage grants with other organisations. Who do you work with?
Sure. Well, I'm pleased we scored 5 out of 5 for that, because we work with nearly almost all of the different charities and organisations, certainly in the youth sector. So you've got the great Sophia, and what Richard Kennell and his team do there is great. We work with Didcot Trail at various different levels, multiple ones. Everyone refers into us, the social subscribers refer into us, the GP networks refer into us, and we're also looking at how we can sort of spread more across in terms of our youth ambassadors, so they can start connecting and doing more together. So, and obviously there's the wellbeing web in Didcot that's being created that we're a part of. Ultimately, there's a bottleneck. There's some great organisations at a grassroots level, but when there's a complexity in terms of the young people that come together on the bridge, that's where the waiting lists are, and we're the bottleneck right now. So that's what I'm really hopefully trying to get across there. We can fund. I'm really hoping grassroots organisations get funded at sort of level 1, level 2. But if we don't fund this part, where do they go? So that's the sort of continuity that we're hoping for.
Well done for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
Your concern and compassion comes through very strongly. I'm not normally a bean counter, but I'm going to be a bean counter on this particular one. How much does it cost to run your organisation for a year, roughly?
Nearly
half.
half.
How many young people do you support over a year, roughly?
So it's a good question. So it's about 450,000 at the moment. When I first got there a few years ago, we was operating at £60,000 a year. And the amount of referrals and the amount more we're doing in the community has obviously really grown that. And we've managed to secure funding to keep up with the demand. Our waiting lists now are bigger than ever. So that's one big issue. But in terms of one-to-one individuals, like working one-to-one with them, it's around 400 different young people a year. Families, we're supporting around 50 different families in terms of a family intervention a year. For our group work initiatives, it's around 200 different young people. And then it's quite honestly, which I didn't really include in the thing, in the thousands in terms of workshops within the schools and other community events.
May I have a couple of supplementaries? Sorry, I forgot my second question. I'll ask the first one. What is the reach of your organisation? Because Abingdon Bridge, it implies a locality. So what's your reach across South Oxfordshire?
It's a terrible name for it. I'm trying to convince trustees we can just call it Bridge Oxfordshire.
Well, it's a good name because you are providing a bridge with mental health problems to help people bridge back.
Our constitution's Vale and South. Vale and South.
Yeah. So you do Wallingford, Tame, Henley, etc. Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, Didcot's our second biggest referrer outside of Abingdon.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Last question. Oh, sorry. Two more questions.
You just mentioned that word referring there, and I know you mentioned the social prescribing, so you get referrals from the GPs. Can people self-refer as well to the bridge, or how does it?
They really can, and we really encourage young people themselves to refer. And often it can be really tough to write about yourself and write about the needs. You do a lot of follow-up and triage of giving people the support around that, so they feel that the support and the confidentiality to be able to make their own referral. But I would say about six out of 10 referrals are from a desperate mum. It's normally the mum that will make the referral, and then the rest are made up of grandparents and parents.
Thank you. And Councillor McDonald for the last question.
So you may not be able to answer it in full, but you're quite right in terms of your organisations. If you want money from bigger organisations looking to see if you have the local support. So if you do get the local support, are you planning to apply for those bigger funding to the bigger funding bodies? And how much do you think you could possibly get?
Yes, it's a really good point. I personally don't want to get much bigger as an organisation, because I think if you lose the grassroots, you dilute the impact. A bit like what I hope doesn't happen to South Oxfordshire District Council, because you people know the difference, you people know the need. And I feel like we don't want to grow much bigger because it dilutes it and we become just a number game. We're about individuals and changing their lives. And I think that for us, that's really important. We don't grow too much. But what your funding is going to enable us to do is continue our big grant with the lottery. And as a part of our grant condition, we're saying we're going to try our best to plead to panels like yourselves.
Yes, just a very quick one. The question that I forgot. And by the way, we're having a devolution debate tonight, so you should come along. And thank you for writing half of my speech. But the one that you mentioned, waiting list. Can I dive into that very briefly? How many on the waiting list, and how long do they have to wait? Now, these are young people with mental health issues, and if they're waiting for weeks or 6 months, whatever. So how many and how long?
It's a really good question, Councillor. At the moment, there's well over 100 people on our waiting list, and we try to triage that. The people in the most complex, or we do a traffic light system, we try to get seen sooner. But actually, what we realise is we're focusing more on supporting people whilst they're on there. So they get a check-in call every single week. They get a wellbeing pack sent to them. And what we find is often for 30% of them, that's enough. They just need to know what they're experiencing is normal for their current circumstances. And people around them are normally panicked because they've said, I feel anxious. Anxious is a really normal experience. I feel really anxious now. And I think that young people just need to know that because of social media, because of the way that these words get used, they convince themselves that there's something wrong with them. And what we're trying to say is, no, this is perfectly normal for what you're experiencing now. This is what you can go and do to thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry I'm going to have to run, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. That was a bit longer than some of the other ones, which is great because I think we could something. I believe we are now engaging with Joe Kitchen, and Joe is online on the screen. Hi, Joe.
Good morning. Hi, everybody.
Hi, you have 5 minutes and we will give you a warning when there's 30 seconds left.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much. So good morning, my name's Joe Kitchen and I'm the Chief Exec of Tomley. Thank you very much for the opportunity to obviously present to you all today. As time is short, I will get right to it, so excuse the lack of pleasantries. There were 5 sections of the application scoring where Tomley failed to achieve the maximum number of points. The first section is from the financial review. The officer affirmed that Tomley is a diverse range of income streams, so I'll speak only to the budget side of the scoring. We did submit a 2-year budget that showed a small deficit in each year, and at the time that was an accurate picture. Since then, we've had a review with our trustees of the board, and we've had a strategy day, which has obviously changed the outlook on the coming years, where there's several new initiatives have been approved. So in December, our trustees approved new developments for this coming year and the year after, including a community gym and a SEND specialist preschool to be based at Tomley. The projected income from which we put into the surplus for the 2 years in question, and hopefully the revised figures show you a summary of the income and expenditure expected, and then the updated net surplus at the end of the 2025 and 26 years. The second section we missed points on is also from the financial review. We only scored 1 point here, and we respectfully question the scoring criteria, and we think it penalises a charity like Tomley. We've used unrestricted funding to invest in our facility over the past 4 years, and as a result, we're now enjoying a higher level of financial sustainability than any point in our history. We missed points because not all of our budgets were balanced historically. Our reserve levels were perceived as not being within the parameters of our reserves policy, and our reserves levels shrank rather than grew. The investment I spoke about from 2021 to 2023 was to complete the site developments to drive growth in both our income and visitor numbers and the visitor experience. This is the reason for the depletion of our reserves, but those developments have been an overwhelming success. We're generating more income than we ever have before, which hopefully demonstrates in the finances on the screen. And we're also seeing more people at Tomley than before, so we're supporting more people, more disabled visitors than we ever have. In aggregate, Tomley generated a significant surplus from 2021 to 2023. Our top line numbers look probably worse than they actually are, because we do incur significant depreciation charges each year against our fixed assets of worth 1.6 million. These depreciation charges are not direct expenditure. The year-end for 2024 numbers are from our year-end management accounts and are very relevant to our reserves. Since we submitted our application, our reserves have been replenished by a £225,000 grant, which was fantastic, from the Edward Goslin Foundation. The trustees had confidence to approve the use of unrestricted funds in the meantime for developments last year, because we knew that this was going to happen. We'd been discussing this major grant with Edward Goslin since October 2023. Obviously, they weren't actually in our accounts to be able to put that in. Finally, we argue that the movement in our reserves levels was not out of the scope of our reserves policy. The target is an aspirational one that doesn't commit the trustees to hold a specific level of reserves. In practice, they interpret the policy as needing to hold in reserve only a level of funding that would be required to wind up the charity. Our strong income generating ability and the diverse income mix gives our trustees real confidence in the capital spend that we've had in the past 2 years. The third section we missed a point on was responding to community need and consultation and inclusion. The comment here was that regular consultation has been carried out in visitor feedback surveys, but this is limited to existing service users only. Our visitor survey isn't the only way we engage with the community to understand needs. We speak to not only our visitors, but non-disabled people from the wider community, the many local charities and organisations that we work with, and the county-wide groups that we're also involved in. And we also do our own market research. The most substantial and regular consultation we can evidence is our participation in the Bob VSCE Health Alliance, Learning Disabilities and Autism Action Groups. This group is working directly with the Integrated Care Board that serves South Oxfordshire. Fourth section we missed a point on was the direct community benefit and inclusion section. Here the officer judged that the services we provide complement county council services rather than district council services. Commonly provides inclusive leisure and recreation opportunities, including specialist support and short breaks for parents and carers. These things are not offered with the same frequency or scale at district council leisure centres, and we strongly believe that our services are complementary in this respect. Finally, we missed the point.
Sorry, can you just one more sentence to finish, please?
Yep. Yeah. So we missed the point on the corporate plan. We feel that we can demonstrate this in lots of ways via our theory of change, which is targeted outcomes, and working with social enterprises such as Newman in Training to set up a life skills programme, which was needed. Sorry, that was a very short ending. I must talk quicker, mustn't I?
All right. Thank you, Joe. Right.
My apologies.
Over to councillors for questions.
Thank you.
I think you've given quite a comprehensive response there. Any questions at all from anybody?
No,
I don't think we have any questions. So thank you for going through that. That's quite comprehensive.
Thank you. I really appreciate the time today as well.
Right.
So I'll just ask a very quick. I was interested. You just mentioned theory of change, and I like that approach. I used to use that in business. And just tell us a bit how you go about creating that theory of change. How much input from your users goes into that process?
Well, we're a very visitor-led organisation, and the process actually starts with our visitors. So we're always starting at impact end. And for example, in our recent strategy day, we actually had young people sit within our strategy development day. And then we did a subsequent day where we met with the young people directly and some parents, where we actually looked at all of our outcomes, objectives, impacts, and to ensure that we're still in line with that, and that our whole theory of change is based upon what those beneficiaries really need. If that's a good answer to your question, I hope.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yes, very useful.
Right, thank you, Joe. That's very good.
Thank you ever so much, everybody. Take care.
We are now going on to Riverside Counselling, and I've got shown here Sophie Wellings and Claire Crossley.
Hi.
Thank you, Beth.
Hi. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak to the panel. We really appreciate having another opportunity to tell you about Riverside Counselling Service. So yeah, hopefully you do know who we are and a little bit about us, but I've sort of done some headlines to help. So our kind of really strong in our ethos is about counselling provision being affordable and accessible to people who would quite often be excluded from accessing that kind of support. And we offer one-to-one counselling, we offer therapeutic groups, and we offer drop-in provision. And our one-to-one counselling can be accessed for 12 weeks, for 20 weeks, and for up to 44 weeks. And we work with adults and young people from the age of 12. Where we work is we started in Henley, but thanks to funding from yourselves in 2017 and just prior to that in 2014, we expanded and we now operate in Didcot, in Beresfield and in Wallingford. So the SODC funding has been really important in terms of taking us into communities that have less access to this sort of provision. And we offer a sliding scale for all of our services. So some people pay as little as £5, £10 for really kind of excellent counselling support. And as I say, that's very sort of core to our ethos in terms of making sure that we're accessible to people who might otherwise be excluded or who may kind of access 6 weeks of IAPT counselling, which is fantastic, but it's a very short intervention. Yeah, so that's all on that slide. Thank you. You were concerned about our reserves. I completely understand your concern about our reserves. We've been concerned about our reserves. We've had a very bumpy time for the last 2 years. But actually, we have shown incredible resilience. And in a way, I feel very strong. I've only been in since November. I'm the first permanent chief executive that the organisation has had. And they've brought me in really because they're ambitious. We want to survive. We recognise that, yes, it was tough, but actually what we did was we sort of mirrored what we do with our clients, which was we built a huge amount of resilience. So yes, 23-24, we were not within our reserves policy. 24-25, the outcome is looking really different for this year. So we're looking to end the year with reserves of over 60k, which we're feeling really good about. 25-26, again, it's increasing. So we're traveling in the right direction. So kind of being marked down for something that's historical does feel tough. And what I'm here to say to you is we are moving, we're consolidating, we're reviewing everything that we do. As I say, they've brought chief executive in, first permanent chief executive that the organisation has had. And we're looking very seriously about our sustainability because we want to be able to continue to offer the really important work that we do. Next slide, please. Yeah, you were also concerned about how we measure our impact. So this is something called core outcomes. Some of you may be familiar with core outcomes. It stands for clinical outcomes in routine evaluation, not the most jazz hands term, but it's a tried and tested psychological assessment tool to identify distress for people. And so our clients do this at the beginning of the work, and then we send it to them at the end of the work. We have a 50% return rate, which is a really high number for something that people choose to complete. And of that 50%, 98% of our clients show an improvement. And in the last quarter, I know that went up to 100% of our clients showing improvement. So that's really kind of fulfilling for us. It really feels like, wow, we are making a difference. And it's a bit sciencey, but you can see that these are the categories in terms of healthy distress, low distress, mild distress. So 40% of our clients fall into that category, and then 59% are in the sort of higher levels of distress. But by the end of the intervention, you've got 71% who have moved into the lower category, or 71% who are in the lower category, 28% who are in the higher category still, but their scores have gone down. So the impact of the work is really significant for the individuals. But I accept that one of the things with counselling is what's the wider impact? And that mainly comes through anecdotal evidence, which my 5 minutes doesn't give me time for. Next slide, please. But I wanted to show you this because it's a gorgeous email from a mental health nurse, and we get these all the time in terms of people working in public health telling us how very important Riverside Counselling Service is. And I really sort of want to emphasise that to you, and also that, you know, if we don't have the grant moving forward, it may impact on our reach in terms of where we can be based, because you gave us the support to extend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from councillors?
I'm interested to know what your other revenue streams are. You have those modest charges but what other grants do you tend to apply for? Who else gives you?
So we apply for anything and everything, like every charity. So we've got quite a lot of local funders who give us money, but then similar to Abingdon Bridge, we also apply to National Lottery, Garfield Weston, so the bigger national ones as well. And then we raise some money, so our councillors pay for their supervision. So that brings some money in, and then it's counselling money. And then we've also got community fundraising committee. So we do sort of local events and campaigns. And that's something that we're trying to grow. We're just about to launch, this is the press, about to launch a Friends of Riverside scheme after the sort of success of the campaign that we had when we had difficulty last year in terms of generating public support. We want to sort of mobilise that moving forward.
Is that district-wide?
It will be as wide as we can make it.
Yeah, worldwide.
Yeah.
We do, I mean, because we aim to be an affordable and accessible counselling service, you know, we do have a lot of our clients who pay lower rates, but also we do have clients who are able, because of their financial situation, to pay more. And obviously sometimes they actually like the fact that they can contribute to people who may find it more, so they might pay a bit more for their sessions, but it's sort of negotiated really at their initial consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Yes, well done. I've been on this journey with you for about 10 years. Glad you've expanded. I just want to pick up on one thing. You score 2 out of 5 on the corporate, and you sort of touched on it. And I won't read the whole thing. However, this is to a satisfactory standard, but there is a lack of evidence demonstrating the impact of their service on the users or wider community. Now, I know you do have an impact on people, but obviously, if we're going to give grants, we've got to have the evidence for that. Was the evidence included with your application?
Yes, so we certainly.
So is that? Well, I'm inviting you an opportunity to correct that sentence if you wish.
I think that the difficulty with counselling in a way is that it's very much dependent on an individual client as to how much they share with you about their experience. We have introduced in the last year an opportunity for us to get back in touch with them after they've left counselling, if there's something that we want to hear from them about how they're doing after their counselling. So we really take on board your comments. It's quite tricky because we do a feedback survey, so we collate their responses, and that contributes to some of the comments, the quotes that we gave in our initial application. But it's quite tricky, and because things are so confidential, to actually get anecdotal evidence if they're not offering it as part of their feedback. And there'll be individual reasons why that might be tricky. Client confidentiality means that we do case studies, which is very, very impactful, and we can certainly supply case studies of our work. And as Sophie alluded to, we do get feedback from. I mean, I had an email from a client who completed her work recently, just saying how much she had personally benefited and the really difficult experiences she had worked through with her counsellor, which have been life-changing for her. And I think what's also really important to remember that, especially with adults, if you can turn things around for an adult, because we're offering, quite long-term therapy where they can really get into the issues that may be troubling them. If you can turn and make a difference, turn things around for that one client, it's not just the client that's going to be impacted. It's their partner, it's their children, it's their other family relationships, it's perhaps work colleagues. If the client is now able to go into work, then it's the wider community that benefits. So that's what we call the ripple effect. And there is no way we can measure the ripple effect. So we are really going to take away your observation about the lack of evidence and impact, and think about how we can maybe target our questioning better when clients come to the end of their counselling with us, because I think there is some more that we can do there. So I thank you for that. But I just wanted to sort of share how complex it is and how difficult it is around client confidentiality. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's just very quick one. And I really like the fact that you have that sliding scale of fees, and I think it's important that people feel that they're making a contribution.
Yes.
And do you find that people almost value the fact that they can make a small contribution, or always treat it more seriously because they're paying for it, rather than it's free, or well, if I don't turn up, it doesn't matter because I'm paid anyway, that kind of approach. So do you find that having a payment system, it works to your advantage and to their advantage as well?
I think that's a really good point, because actually research does show that if people are making a contribution, then they value it more.
because it's a two-way reciprocal mutual relationship. And actually it is an important part of the therapy in a way that they are making that contribution. It's part of the dynamic, if you like. But what is important to us is that it's affordable for each person.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now moving on to reducing the risk, and I believe Dawn Hodson is joining us on screen. Hi, Dawn.
Morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me along to speak today. Has my PowerPoint shared is my first question.
Yes, we can see that. You have 5 minutes and we'll warn you at 30 seconds left.
Okie dokie, thank you very much. And I just need to find my PowerPoint. So Reducing the Risk is a charity which is based in Oxford, but we cover obviously the whole of the county. We have got a national training team and we deliver services locally. I've only got 3 slides, so very short. I just thought I'd give you an idea of some of the dimensions for South Oxfordshire. What we do know is the prevalence is 1 in 4 women at some point in their lives will be a victim of domestic abuse, and 1 in 7 men will be a victim. So that equates to just over 19,000 and 10,000, 90,000 women and 10,000 men will be victims. We also know these individuals use health services much more. So 40% of returning patients at any GP surgery has suffered domestic abuse at some point in their lives. So the impact is huge and lifelong. We know 5% annually of adults are victims of domestic abuse, and so that's about 6,000 individuals in the area in South Oxfordshire. And for our high-risk service, and these individuals who are serious risk of harm or and some of death. Sadly, we've had 45 referrals in the 23 to 24. Where 98% of these individuals were women and 2% were men. Interestingly, South Oxfordshire, from across Oxfordshire itself, has the largest number of children within these families, and that makes up 30% of all the children that are included in families. Our work that we have asked for support with is a public health approach, if you like. So it's working in local communities, it's raising awareness, we're raising understanding so that individuals can support and direct victims for help. And this is via our Friends network. The legislation, domestic abuse legislation in 2021 said that businesses had to take domestic abuse into account for their employees. And so therefore we've also got a Business Friends initiative, and we would like to work with businesses in South Oxfordshire with our Business Friends initiative. And that's supporting them to have policies and systems and processes and give them the training and the advice they need to support their employees. Our work with professionals is via training, ongoing support via our Champions Network. We've got 218 champions currently in South Oxfordshire, and this is to increase the number of champions, and so they can build their professional confidence. We can train them to assess the risk, direct people to the relevant support and help, or support and help them themselves. We do an annual survey with our champions, and what they tell us is that individually each champion supports on average 4 domestic abuse victims annually. And so we're able to say that one individual will support a number of victims directly, but also via the colleagues they support another 4 individuals who are suffering. And as you can see, the diagram shows you that we are linked into the wider network across Oxfordshire. And so we advertise and encourage support to the ODAS helpline, to our court service, which is funded by the Police and Crime Commissioner, to the ODAS Help Outreach, which is funded by the County Council and yourselves, and the high risk service, which we run. And so everything we do is linked in to what's already happening in the county, and is to add capacity and to increase the depth of the work that we're able to do together. And what we want to do is increase awareness and understanding of what domestic abuse is, who it impacts, how it impacts both the victim survivor and their children. We want to increase confidence and empowerment. We want to support, obviously, an increase in safety. We want to see an increase in well-being. We want to reduce the harm that these individuals suffer, and also the risk from domestic abuse itself. That's me done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dawn. Questions from councillors?
Yeah. Thanks, Dawn, and thank you very much to you and your team for the work you do. I'm interested in the link you have with the Police and Crime Commissioner. You just referred to them just there. So they provide you with some funding, and then is there more of a sort of an operational link as well, so you get referrals directly from them?
So the Police and Crime Commissioner indeed financially support us with our court IDFA. We also have got some trust funding for that service as well, but they historically have paid for one court IDFA, but they approached us. We didn't apply for funding. We were very lucky. They approached us and have indicated they would like to have discussions about a second court IDFA. And so that's what they fund. And also operationally, they fund the Victims Hub, and which is where all the standard cases, or where people can make direct referrals. And so we do get referrals from the Victims Hub. We actually give them their training. They pay us to give them their domestic abuse training. And so yes, there is a commissioning relationship, and there is an operation relationship. And the Police and Crime Commissioner helped us fund our Friends, I think it was last year, and so we were able to continue the domestic abuse Friends offer we had, so that Matthew Barber did come to the office twice just to meet the team and learn a little bit more about the Friends initiative, that community-based initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very much. I think the presentation was very thorough and the submission was very thorough. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Right. Thank you. We will now move on to Oxfordshire Citizens Advice, South and Vale, and we have Debbie Watts. Sorry, excuse me. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I haven't done a PowerPoint presentation. I hope you'll forgive me. You just got me. So yes, thank you, and thank you also to the District Council for their support, and particularly thanks to the officers that support us getting us through processes like this. So we really appreciate that. So we are South Oxfordshire and Vale Citizens Advice. We are a local independent charity that does not receive central government funding, contrary to popular belief. We believe we play a crucial role in supporting residents to access a wide range of social, economic and environmental challenges. We are free, impartial, non-judgmental to anybody who needs us. Primarily, people come to us to access information about benefits and increasingly debt, but we also offer a wide range of advice, including relationship, consumer issues, referring to many of the people that we've been you've heard from today. 42% of our clients have long-term health issues. 6% are registered disabled, so we really are dealing with the most vulnerable in our society. Our role is to empower people and take people forward. We are not there to do everything for them. We're there to provide a gentle hand at the back to point them in the right direction so they are able to help themselves. You have a growing population in South Oxfordshire, 14% increase by 2028. We believe you're going to need citizens' advice in South Oxfordshire more than ever moving forward. We use data to shape our service. We're very data driven. We have an excellent CRM system. And I think that was reflected in our bid, that how we collect and use that data to shape our services. And we are interested in how we reach more people. For example, we deal with a lot more women than we do men. Why is that? What can we do about our service to make it more attractive to them? We're based around South Oxfordshire. We've got permanent offices in Didcot, Tame and Henley. Obviously, we have offices here in Abingdon as well. And then we have outreaches at the Berrin Centre, Wallingford and Watlington as well. We did have one in our AFN, but that's unfortunately, we don't have funding for that currently, but we hope to again soon. People can access us face-to-face, telephone is most popular, email advice, and we have web chat and other web resources. We deal with nearly 6,000 clients in South Oxfordshire specifically. We help them with over 14,000 issues, resulting in nearly 13,000 actions by our largely volunteer workforce. Without our volunteers, we would not be here. In terms of financial outcomes for South Oxfordshire, last year we recorded an income gain of 1.76 million in our financial outcomes for South Oxfordshire clients. So we're talking access to benefits, tax credits, debt resolution, consumer resolution where there's been issues like that, and also access to local charitable funds and social welfare. We think that demonstrates really practical, measurable support and a good return on your investment in us as an organisation. District councils used to account for about 70% of our funding. That's now about 30%. We can cope with that. We've learned how to manage that change. Working really hard with our fundraisers to work with trusts and to trusts and other charitable organisations, so we can make that work. We've got a real diverse portfolio of funding now, but we can't meet the demand already that's out there. So this is about continuing to do the best we can by South Oxfordshire clients and meeting the ever increasing demand, most of which has gone like that on the chart with the cost of living crisis. I don't know if there's any questions that you might have of me.
We will indeed. Thank you very much. Councillor Gordon-Creek.
Apologies if it's okay here, but citizens' advice volunteers have to know so much.
Yes.
How do you fund the training for them?
You are part of that. You are part of that package. So all our volunteers go through an initial 6-week training program. It's a day a week over 6 weeks, and then they will spend time in the office as well. They then have a mentor, and they will stay with them until at that point that mentor feels that they're ready to fly solo. Sometimes that's 6 months, sometimes it's a year. Sometimes those volunteers aren't going to be suitable for that role, but we'll find other roles in administration, fundraising, etc. But all of the training is we have to fundraise for. We get no core funding other than via district councils for that training. So and then if we need additional specialist training, as you know, the benefits, the welfare landscape's changing all the time and is about to change again with the review of personal independence payments. We will then go to local councillors often to ask for specialist benefit training to add on, so we can keep up to date with the demands that our wonderful clients are asked with.
I have a question myself.
Yes.
Obviously, you deliver a support to the community in a number of ways.
Yes.
And we know you note in here that you've got a reorganisation coming up.
Yeah.
Particularly with regard to our local residents, some of whom can pop in if it's demanded.
Yeah.
Will they actually see a difference in the provision as a result of your the changes to your organisation?
There'll be absolutely no change, except hopefully these beneficial changes in what our clients see. The reorganisation is about, well, the chief executives, the how we manage our finances, how we do our marketing, how we run our HR. So that's where the reorganisation will be, and that's where we hope to find the efficiencies. We will not be taking any money from those frontline services at all. And I hope that all clients will notice is a change in name above the door, and hopefully they won't even notice that. But in terms of the amount of drop-in we provide, the amount, what hopefully we'll have more, will become more robust and more sustainable for the future. This is not about less. This is definitely about more and being more resilient for future generations. And if the devolution happens, we're hopefully in a better position as Citizens Advice Oxfordshire to respond to that dynamic, whatever that means.
I don't know, there's an if involved, it's a when.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Cooper here and I, we both represent RAF Benson.
Okay.
It's in our patch. You said you're not able to provide a service there anymore.
Just currently, because we have
just a temporary thing.
Yeah, we hope it's a temporary thing. Historically, we've got money from the, I don't know the exact words, the benevolent fund
from themselves,
not from RAF Benson, from a charity. They don't have any money. They historically
benevolent fund,
something like that. It's changed its name recently. This is why I'm looking a bit foggy-headed. Historically, we got money directly from RAF Benson to provide the service. They were no longer able to do that about 3 or 4 years ago, and we got money from the benevolent fund this year, and we'd always fitted really well into their priorities. This year, we don't fit into their priorities, and we kept it going for a bit longer. And we've got really, really good communications with Megan Wickets there, who's and we're making sure people are still being referred into the service. It's just not happening at the Hive at the moment. So they can still access us by one of any of our other access points.
Yeah.
But we just are not having that presence in the Hive at the moment. But we are working really hard to get that back.
Anything else?
No, I just one comment. I worked at CAB International in Waddingford, CAB International, and the number of people who came and knocked on our door thinking that we were you.
Sorry.
So you're obviously serving a very important need. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much indeed. We will now move on to the Earth Trust and Dave Lewis. Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Hi, thanks everyone. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to come and speak to you this morning. And thank you for all the work that's gone in so far to help navigate this application and the applications of others. A lot of the work that we do within the Trust is trying to understand what our role is within the wider community within South Oxfordshire. So our opportunity to work with SODC and other partners is really appreciated. So thank you for the opportunity to come this morning. Most of you all know of the Earth Trust. We've been around for 40 years, but we're obviously responsible for land and archaeology that exists for thousands of years. Just over 5,000 children will come and visit us this year. 10,000 people will come to our public programming. 150,000 plus people will come and visit the Whittingham Clumps, which is what we're probably most known for. But underpinning all of those things are our volunteers. We have just under 300 volunteers who do some extraordinary things, and we would not be able to do the things that we do without their support. And so much of the culture and the ethos of the work that we do are trying to find ways of expanding and growing the number of volunteers and the types of volunteering that we have within the Trust. And as a consequence of all of those things, people, nature is able to thrive through the work that we do. Over the last couple of years, we've received some funding from SODC, and that particular revenue funding has allowed a couple of interventions which have had a significant impact on our ability to grow and enhance volunteering in the work that we do. One of them is around being able to introduce volunteering at Wallingford on Saturdays. So we manage a site on behalf of SODC, Castle Meadows and Riverside Meadows, and we are constantly asked to find ways of trying to introduce new ways for people to volunteer. We're very lucky in that respect, but it's difficult to get funding to do the things that our residents, volunteers ask us for, and then match that up with what other people are allowed to do. So we've been able to use the funding in the last few years to be able to facilitate our ability to now deliver volunteering at Wallingford on Saturdays, and also introduce a new youth volunteering programme. So volunteers at Earth Trust, they tend to be older, they tend to be male, tend to be retired, but through this pot of funding, it allows us to diversify and get new people volunteering within the trust. So we think we do really well at meeting community need. A huge number of volunteers support and do the work that we do. We have quite a high, 50% of the roles are full, which means that we can't meet the demand that we've got from people coming here. We do listen and act to the feedback that we get from our volunteers, and we are constantly identifying partnerships and opportunities to work with others within South Oxfordshire to improve things. In terms of community benefit, which is the next slide, we think we have we know we have quite a big impact in terms of the economic benefit. So nearly 20,000 hours volunteers in the last year, which is worth about £300,000 to the work that we do. And that's because of our volunteers and the volunteer support that we have. We are constantly seeking to diversify our volunteers to make sure that we are engaging with different communities and responding to the asks that we have from people. But we know that green spaces and the spaces that we care for do have a huge health and wellbeing impact on people. So the more that we can improve those, the more people are able to access them and to use the green spaces that we care for in Southern Vale. On to the next slide. Thank you. We think there's we know there's strong alignment with SOD's priorities, particularly around nature recovery and action on the climate. We had a woodland restoration project that volunteers did for us in last year. That has been able to capture 1,500 tonnes of carbon. We were able to lay 500 metres of hedgerow. What we're trying to do with our volunteering is work out how to expand and grow it from there. So through the hedgerow programme, we can then get people involved and interested in hedgerows. You can then grow another group. So we've now been able to grow from 2 groups to 3 groups in the last year. And all the time, these things and this sort of funding allows us to provide training and support and opportunities for people who want to volunteer and engage in the green spaces that we have and that we care for in South Oxfordshire.
30 seconds.
Great. In terms of partnerships, we have lots of people approach us. They don't have a lot of funding. We don't have a lot of funding. So we're constantly being asked to work out how we can support those without a huge amount of money available. So we do try and play our role in the fabric of South Oxfordshire, and we're trying to do really positively and respond positively. But this sort of funding allows us to respond really well to those. And then in terms of finances, which is the final slide, we've had a few years of deficits. Some of that is investing for the future. Traditionally, the trust has drawn down a huge amount of funding. Our funding model is primarily based on arable crop sales and funding that we receive from DEFRA. That funding is changing, so we've tried to invest and try to shift the funding mix much more towards fundraising and other income opportunities. So thank you for the opportunity this morning to speak to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question. My first question is, looking at the report, we note that you've got 10.8 million in unrestricted savings and reserves, which obviously quite a lot of other groups aren't lucky enough to have that, which obviously may affect our thoughts. So just like you to comment on that, please.
Yeah, it's about 95% of that is land. So we own 530 hectares of land. So quite a long chunk of land across the Thames from Long Wittenham down towards Shillingford Bridge. And that's the valuation of the land. and then we own 4 cottages that provide a rental income. So it's the value of the land and the cottages is the majority of the balance sheet.
So within that, so I'll come down to that's on the within that, what you do have is a rental revenue from 4 cottages within that land. Okay.
Yes, from that, and then also, we are in receipt of grants from the Rural Payments Agency. So there are particular initiatives that we sign up to, and Countryside Stewardship. So we're able to draw down funding for those sorts of things. But there are 530 hectares. About a third of that is arable, a third of woodland, and then a third of it is sort of grassland. So yeah, the majority is land and buildings, which we could sell, but we don't really want to.
That's the Powell and Councillor Gorshaw.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to build on that last point there about that shift in the way that DEFRA is supporting you, and once you've got sort of through that trough of despond, do you anticipate being sort of on a even keel into the future, or are you going to be better or worse off, do you think?
Well, probably historically, we'll certainly be in receipt of fewer funds from DEFRA compared to we were sort of 5-10 years ago, and that's just the same for lots of people that manage land. What we're trying to do is change our funding mix, so it's much more earned income. So people coming to events and public programming, trying to get more funding from trusts and foundations and grant funding. We have invested slightly in our corporate partnerships, so we get about 50 companies will come and hire a space. So we have a building where people come in and hire spaces. So trying to change the funding mix towards that, and through those opportunities we can begin to generate new earned income. But yeah, we do expect that to be much less reliant on DEFRA. So our for example, our crop sales on revenue, crop sales will go from about 60% of our revenue probably 4 or 5 years ago to about 20%. So we're trying to find ways of diversifying the income within the trust.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your presentation. Your operating costs are 1.8 million per year. So our tiny poultry little grant of 35 grand is very small in the big scheme of things. So if you don't get it, how will that impact you?
Yeah, thank you. That was the immediate question I had that we had internally last week when we came through. I was like, I need an answer to this. So I have written down the answer because I think this is the fair question.
I'll ask the second question.
No, please, unless it was pre-agreed.
No, it's fine.
So the things that we've been able to do the last couple of years at 10,000 are around introducing Saturday volunteering, introducing youth volunteering aligned with D&B, and being able to provide session leader training. So these are sorts of things we struggle to get funding for elsewhere. So session leader training allows us to work with existing volunteers, train them up to lead sessions, and then we don't have to have staff doing it. So on a Saturday, for example, we've introduced volunteering at Riverside Meadows once every 4 weeks and Castle Meadows, because we can deliver training, DBS checking, working with non-traditional groups. That allows us to build capacity in those volunteers. We then don't need to become self-perpetuating and just keep employing staff. And so this pot of money allows us to build capacity within the team. So whether it's 10,000 or 35,000, these opportunities allow us to take the pressure off trying to get funding from elsewhere.
So it won't just get lost in the total costs. You've got a vision for how this targeted money is going to be spent.
Yeah, and I've been at the trust 3 years, and we can be more specific around how this fund links to what we're able to do within volunteering. And the 35 is the cost to deliver the programme. So if it was able to afford a proportion of that, then we do directly link how this funding allows us to grow the capacity of volunteering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think encouraging volunteering is absolutely fantastic, and I think we've heard from so many organisations who rely on volunteers, and we're all struggling to find new volunteers. Do you think that there's a sort of a wider societal benefit then to what you're doing? You see, people might come to you because they're interested in volunteering in the outdoors, but do you see any pathways where they maybe end up doing similar sort of volunteering in other organisations? Do you see a role for the trust in that mix?
Yes, certainly, and particularly there's a lot of communities that grow out of it because it ends up being a point where people come from across the district and beyond to meet each other. They then find out similar interests, and then like, okay, I didn't I'm interested in volunteering at the food bank, and that comes up in and through conversation. We get some people that come when they've got gaps in their employment because they're looking for skills and how can they volunteer for a little bit and then get back into the world of employment. The majority of people tend to be, the majority of our volunteers tend to be sort of 55 plus, have a little bit of freedom to spend time and are looking for opportunities to meet with others. And they do take those partnerships, relationships, introductions into other organisations that they've got. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
When are you going to open a cafe?
Cafe, well, we do have planning permission from the existing planning permission to build a cafe at the centre. So 2 million of our reserves is designated for the centre development. So hopefully within the next 18 months.
Excellent. Right, thank you. We now come on to the Berrin Centre, and we have Laura Hart. So Laura, I think this is the first of two, one after the other, that you're presenting to the committee.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Lucky me, woman of two hats.
Okay, if we could keep this first discussion purely around the Berrin Centre and try and discourage both, because obviously we'll make a different decision, or could make a different decision on both requests. So we'll keep the first part of the discussion purely on the Berrin Centre. So over to you, please.
Absolutely, thank you. Apologies for the phone ringing. I'm in my office, just turning that down. So the Berrin Centre, first off, thank you for taking the time to review our application. There were a few points which we felt it might be worth elaborating on when we looked through our application and the scoring that had been associated with a number of points. So for expediency, I will just rattle through those and then be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. So firstly, in the financial review section, there was a question about balanced budgets over the last number of financial years, and recognising that not all financial years showed a balanced budget. I wanted to kind of direct that point. In the last financial year, we were awarded a capital grant from SODC's Berrinsfield Garden Village Capital Fund. This was paid in two sections, 50% upfront and 50% on completion of the works that we had used that grant for. And it happened to bridge over the end of the financial year. So it was a cash flow point that led to a small deficit of something like £4,000 in our last set of accounts. 50% of that grant was £7,970. So I just wanted to kind of note that whilst it is represented in our accounts as a small deficit, it was actually just due to the kind of timing of that capital funding being reimbursed to us. The second point that I wanted to make was in relation to community benefit and inclusion section. We, I think, probably misinterpreted that question and gave an estimate of 86 residents who would benefit from family, community and food services. This was representing a percentage of our total beneficiaries in relation to the amount that we're applying to the fund for. And I just wanted to give some context around those figures. Last year, we saw over 9,000 engagements through our work at the centre, and that represented over 700 people in the course of that year, 700 distinct individuals. So whilst 86 might be a kind of 10% representation of what that particular piece of funding that we're applying to you for would show, we actually think it would be around 900 individual beneficiaries that we would be working with over the course of a year if you were to award us this funding across our services. So our reach for such a small organisation in a rural location is not insubstantial and is something that we're very proud of. My third and final point was in relation to the corporate plan priorities. We selected the project theme of thriving and healthy communities, and there's mention in the scoring around that for targeted or innovative work. And I think it would be lax of me not to mention our Growing Minds project, which is targeted in two particular locations, Berrinsfield and Littlemore. We obviously oversee Berrinsfield operations and is, I believe, very innovative. This is a pilot school readiness project that works with families with children under 5, and we are delivering this project in partnership with Home Start Oxford and People. And it provides a package of support that is a universal offer in both of these locations, providing a free book every month delivered to the home of each of those families that the child gets to keep. So a storybook from birth until they turn 5 every month. A package of one-to-one tailored support available for every family at any time, and regular group sessions that they can come to on a weekly basis where they can learn about their child's development. Now, we share the learning from this project because we see success. It is going very well and we're seeing positive outcomes, and we want to share that model because we think it can be replicated in other areas. So twice a year we hold learning days and we invite a broad range of people. We have national representation, policymakers, local councillors from different parts of the county, and we share the learning over the last 6 months and where they might be able to liaise with us to kind of pick up that model and run it in their own locality if they choose to. We're also garnering interest in that project from the Oxford Inclusive Economy Partnership and from Oxfordshire County Council, who are looking at incorporating elements of it into their early years strategy that they're currently developing. So in terms of us engaging in targeted and innovative work, I can feel very confident in saying that that is something very much at the heart of what we do. Those were the 3 points, thank you, the 3 points that we wanted to particularly highlight, but I'm more than happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
Thank you, Laura. Questions from councillors? Andrew?
Thank you, Laura. You already referred to the Berensfield Garden Village program. And obviously Berensfield is a strategic site within our local plan and is slated to have, there's about 1,500 houses, I think, in total, 1,900, something like that. What sort of demands do you think that, well, for two-part question really, what sort of demands do you see that placing on your services, but also what role can you play in the development of the Garden Village?
The Garden Village development is going to be seismic. There's no two ways about it. And whilst it's been talked about for more than a decade, it's definitely gaining traction in recent years. It will more than double the size of the existing village, which is really significant. It will increase the footfall at a most basic level for our services. There will be young families. Young families do tend to move into new estates, and that's a big part of what we do. There will also be a huge role for us in making sure that we don't have a big divide between old village and new village, that there is community integration. And that's going to be, you know, that's already a core role of what we do within the existing village, but as that settlement grows, it's going to become even more poignant. In terms of how we're shaping that, I currently sit on the Berensfield Garden Village Steering Group and attend the regular meetings there. We're closely involved with the strategic partners in that, so the land developers, the district council, various other parties. So we know that our role is going to be really central in nurturing that process through and advocating for the community in some of those decisions before they get too far down the road. So we see ourselves as stakeholders. We know that there are going to be community facilities in the new developments, and we're wanting to make sure that there is investment in facilities and infrastructure in the existing village right now that will be able to kind of match up against those new facilities in the future, and that we can help bridge across the two.
Thank you.
Can you just confirm if the 900 people relates to the funding you're applying for, or the service generally?
Service generally, but as this kind of this particular project is looking at some of our core work streams and core costs, I think it's just useful context for you to know that whilst this funding might contribute to this piece of the puzzle, so it's about 10% of our annual operating costs, actually that it feeds into this bigger whole where we have high numbers of people coming through, and actually high numbers of people who are interacting with us more than once, that they're getting significant long-term benefit from these services.
Thank you.
Yes. Laura, thank you for your presentation. I sort of know this area because I used to teach that at a school that's been demolished since then. But can I ask just a direct question? How many paid staff do you have in your organisation, and how many volunteers?
We currently have 6.
I'll take it as read. You know, the secretary take it as read that the work you do is fantastic, and it's for a particular patch, which is brilliant. So it was just that point. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. We currently have 6 part-time staff, and we are in the process of constructing our new community cafe right now. You might hear the diggers in the background. So by the end of this year, that will be 3 additional staff.
Okay.
And in terms of volunteers, we have got 4 regular volunteers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. If we could reintroduce you in terms of your Discovery College role.
Of course, thank you. New hat on. I'll use a similar process. I'll rattle through some of the kind of points that we wanted to highlight to you, and then absolutely answer any questions. So Discovery College is a very different beast. It's a younger organisation, but with quite a lot going on in a similar vein. The first point we wanted to make was in relation to financial review, our 2-year financial forecast. There was a note that maybe we are a little over dependent on trusts and foundations. We are early in our journey, only a few years old, so trusts and foundations have become our bread and butter in that time. However, we are quickly diversifying. We currently have several businesses who provide regular monthly sponsorship on an ongoing basis. We also have been commissioned to run a few sessions and activities for different organisations. For instance, the Girl Guides recently commissioned us to run a workshop for them. And we also have a fledgling training and consultancy package. We've been approached by a number of organisations, including some quite big name organisations in the county, who want to draw on our expertise in co-production and lived experience. So we are putting together a training and consultancy package which will create income for us. So that's for that first point. The second point that I wanted to make is around community need, consultation and inclusion. Since we submitted the application, we have created a new strand of consultation, which is that we've been running a number of assemblies and to date have reached 750 pupils across a number of different schools in South Oxfordshire. This is in part to share information with them about wellbeing and some strategies to stay well, but is also an opportunity for us to canvass our potential stakeholders for what they see as vitally important to know and how we should be working with them. So we've been gaining lots of feedback and including them and involving them in the development of our services. And we also have review meetings after every single programme to incorporate the feedback that we've been given and the data from our impact measurement to continually improve those services. So there's an ongoing process of involvement and consultation. My third point is around corporate plan priorities. Our project theme for this organisation is inclusion, accessibility and accountability. In the scoring matrix, it was noted that one example of inclusion could be having service users on the board. We have 2. We have 2 service users on our board of trustees, young people under the age of 25 who have their own lived experience of mental health problems. And again, I would refer back to our plans for training and consultancy. This is about systems change across the sector. We want to improve accessibility to services across the county by making sure that lots of organisations are including the people who might ultimately use them in developing their services, and that will make them better services, more inclusive and more accessible. So we see a big picture responsibility here in creating some of that systems change. My last point is around partnership working. I just wanted to mention a couple of other examples. We have actually been embedded with the branch in Shipping Norton for the past year or so as they have been getting established. So working very closely with them to nurture their service and to design a specific tailored package for a group of young people who they had there, who had a particular set of needs that wouldn't necessarily fit into our business as usual model. We've also worked with a number of partners in delivering programmes, for instance, Motivate Sport, who are a sports charity for young people. We collaborated with them to deliver one of our programmes with a particular focus on sport and physical activity and how that links with mental health. So we have a number of delivery partners, including artists, yoga teachers and sports therapists who we work in partnership with to deliver a particular type of programme to particular groups of young people. Those are all my key points for Discovery College, and again, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Again, thank you very much. Questions from members? No, I think you've all been quite thorough. So thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers. We will now move on to Sue Ryder, and I believe joining us on screen is Andy Howell and Sylvia Thomas. Right, we can see you both on screen.
Yeah.
So
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes, and we will give you 30-second warning when it gets reaching towards 5 minutes. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody. I'm Andy Howell, and I'm here with Sylvia from Sue Ryder. I'm going to share some slides, if I may. Hopefully you can see these.
We can see those, yes, thank you.
You can, great. That's always good to know, thank you. And thank you so much for allowing us to talk to you this morning. I know time is very tight, so I shall press ahead. Okay, so on the slides here, we focused on some of the areas. I know you've very kindly scored our application to you, but we've just got some extra information and maybe some extra points that we can also make. And I think the first thing that I wanted to make clear for the avoidance of any doubt was that Sue Ryder was fully committed to covering any shortfall which is identified in the budget using reserves if necessary. Obviously, this is a frontline service for us, so we do have a planned deficit in the year one of the budget, but that is planned and a decision made by trustees so that they can invest in things like cybersecurity, which is incredibly important for us because that will cost us an awful lot more and disrupt our services should anything happen. So the next point that I wanted to make is that obviously we have nationally a rolling programme of applications to corporates and trust supporters. We're really fortunate this year. We've just had a major partner, SGN, which is a power grid group, join us, and they've part of a partnership that's worth about £400,000. We've also had some incredibly good news since our application went in, which is that a local trust, which has been a supporter of us for many years, local to South Ox, has pledged a large six-figure sum towards the night sitting service, which is part of Hospice at Home. So that will help us to know that we have money there that we can use towards that service over many years to come. It's fantastic news, and we hope to be able to share more information about that. Moving on, just to bring it out and to emphasize it, we do have a fantastic community fundraising team, and they work with local corporates, they work with local major donors, obviously in MEM supporters, and they're incredibly experienced, very well supported by the local community, very embedded within the local community, long-standing supporters, new supporters that come along, people that feel very, very connected to our cause, and they do a fantastic job. And that fundraising goes on, and they have quite a sizable target, which they successfully do raise every year. So we have a national approach, we have a local approach, and obviously Sue Ryder also has our retail, our shops, which we raise some very valuable sums through, and which have been doing very well because people choose to support us, and we continue to make our retail offer as good as it can be to stand out in the crowd. Last couple of points from me. We keep an incredibly close eye on costs, as I suspect all voluntary sector organisations must do, and we do, because a penny saved is a penny raised. And if we can at Sue Ryder, we like to find ways that we can reduce our CO2 and our footprint. So one of the examples that we do that make that happen is through LED lighting in our shops. It's a win-win, and it reduces our costs, and it means that we're also reducing our CO2. And the last point that I'm going to make before I'm going to move the slides on for Sylvia is that we have a new strategy, and our new strategy, which our senior leadership team are taking forward, is going to bring us new opportunities, which we hope will allow us to share our expertise, because there's a lot of wisdom and learning that Sue Ryder can share and wants to share to improve the experience for patients, but it may also bring new commercial opportunities. So we're trying to think very much with our head and our heart in terms of our new strategy, and improve obviously the level of care and expertise that's out there. But if we can turn it into a commercial opportunity, we will as well. I'll just move the slides on and hand over to Sylvia.
30 seconds.
Yeah, just we provide a whole range of community palliative care services. We try and be responsive as we possibly can, engaging with many groups, and have been gradually extending those community services over the last 6 years since we developed the hub approach, and obviously very keen to continue to meet local people's needs. I think that's the end of our time. Thank you. Has anybody got any questions? Thank you.
Right, thank you both for the presentation. Very helpful. Questions from members? Yes, Courtney.
You've got £11 million of reserves. So why do you need our sums?
So we are a national organisation. So I suppose if you look at what we want to provide and we need to provide locally, we know that the need for our palliative care is increasing all the time. We must have a sufficient level of reserves. It's not high in terms of the number of months. It's very much within what the Charity Commission would say. But obviously we are a voluntary organisation. We only get around about a third of our funding from statutory sources. So we are as keen as we can be, obviously, to have support from as many and as wide sources as we possibly can, because we don't have guaranteed funding there, but we must have something. So in case we have something like the pandemic, which happens again, and all of our retail shops shut down, we must have something that would allow us to provide that expert and vital care for our patients. We would need to have something in reserve, so that we could sustain that during a period such as the pandemic, in which that there was that terrible shock to our finances. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask a supplementary as well? Well, your hospice at home is absolutely stunning and fantastic. And Sylvia, thank you for all you do with that. I'm sure all councillors around the table have had fantastic experience of that service. I am going to ask a pointed question though. In Nettlebed, you closed a palliative care unit, and you sold the site for £5 million. So why is that money not being reinvested into South Oxfordshire rather than coming for a grant?
I can't, and I don't have the information to answer that question. I'm so sorry.
I could probably add to that obviously we do have a charitable mission. I wasn't here at the time that Nettlebed closed, but obviously if we do close a service and if we do receive income for it, then it all goes back into the front line, and that would be where the money would be going. It's being put to use. So it's something that's, I would imagine, has been planned and thought through, and would be about providing the very best care that we could with the funds that we have. And we would have a duty there as part of our charitable mission to ensure that if Nettlebed was not the best way to provide that, then we would want to provide that, and we would be reinvesting those funds back into our frontline care. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much, both. Thanks for coming up, and thanks for what you do.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll now move on to the last one before lunch, which is the River Tame Conservation Trust. And we have Charles Cotton and David Fraser. Hopefully I got the name right.
So hello, councillors and officers. My name is David Fraser, Chief Executive of River Tame Conservation Trust. And what I wanted to do was really to highlight the importance of the SODC revenue grant to River Tame Conservation Trust in recent years. It's not our biggest grant by any means, but it's certainly the most important in terms of the impact that it realises, both socially and environmentally. The word I would use for it is it's catalytic in terms of what it does. It really helps us connect. It's at the heart of the trust. It helps us connect with local communities, and it helps us do things that other funds don't allow us to do. So, but over the years we've been running this fund and this particular project, Chelsea has been in charge. So I'm going to hand over to Chelsea to say a bit more about the actual project itself. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Can I get the next slide? Yeah, hi, I'm Chels. I'm the volunteer coordinator with the Trust. The Community Currents project was born out of the idea that real change needs to start locally. So by training volunteers and fostering collaboration, we're trying to enable people to take meaningful action to protect the rivers. Can you get the next slide? So we know that water quality is an important issue for local people. In the Oxfordshire Local Nature Recovery Strategy, during the consultation, it came out that improving water quality and improving the health of rivers was the top priority for most people. Now, unfortunately, what we find is that the public doesn't really feel like they have a lot of agency to do something about this issue. People are feeling powerless to influence large water companies. There's growing eco-anxiety about climate change and reduced trust in institutions and government. And it is true, there are many environmental challenges ahead, but the solution is not to despair, but to act. The next slide. So our work as a trust provides a basis for people to get out from behind the apocalyptic headlines and the social media echo chambers and actually do something positive. And now river health and water quality are pretty complicated subjects. So our goal is to try and make these things really accessible and understandable to anyone. Doesn't matter their existing knowledge of ecology and water chemistry. And we have found from our volunteers that 90% of them say that they enjoy improving their understanding of water quality and the issues affecting it. And 80% say that they've learned new skills by participating in our projects. Now, understanding is just the first step. Real progress starts to happen when people are coming together, sharing knowledge, challenging their assumptions, and collaborating on the solutions. So we're not just equipping volunteers with skills, we're also creating spaces for meaningful discussions on these topics. For example, we host the Tame Catchment Partnership, which brings together everyone from government representatives all the way at the national level, down to the parish level. Agencies like the Environment Agency are there, volunteer-led community groups, other environmental NGOs, and businesses like Thames Water. We bring them together to all sit down and start talking about how we can work together to improve our rivers. Last slide, please. And I will just end here with a bit of feedback from one of our volunteers who initially joined us back when we first started the Water Quality Monitoring Network. And he's now become one of our super volunteers, helping out on loads of different projects like our chalk stream restoration work parties. He's become a certified riverfly monitor and spends lots of time on our waterhole recovery project. And he said, having the ability to explore areas that I never would have been able to access has been a great experience. Watching the wildlife in remote and relatively undisturbed areas is a real treat. From watching hares to listening to skylarks, the project itself has brought me closer to an understanding of the river environment and the balance it needs to be able to function as an ecological habitat. It's been very rewarding to feel that we are making a direct difference. It also has been great to meet and interact with the RTCT team, a dedicated, enthusiastic, and inspirational team working to improve the quality of the entire catchment. Thanks.
Thank you, both. Questions from members?
Yeah, sorry, I feel like the granddad in the room on this. Well done for all you do. The reason why I'm the granddad is I used to live near the Tame, and I've actually canoed it from the start to the Thames, and it's a beautiful, beautiful river. Very, very tranquil. And you're right, you should fight to protect it and preserve it. So, can you just explain to me one project you've done on the Tame, which well, just one, just choose one to explain to us, because I think you're applying for a modest amount of money. I'm not prejudging the decision, but a modest amount of money that will have an impact. So one project that you've done.
I just wonder, well, there's several. I wonder one example is the chalk stream. Chalgrove Brook, chalk stream are an internationally important habitat type. The Chalgrove Brook is one nice example we've got in SODC area. So obviously there's real impetus on all our parts to kind of conserve it. We've done a whole series of kind of restoration initiatives most significantly was our restoration of the bypass channel at Stadhampton, where there was an existing weir that was stopping fish movement, adversely impacting on the habitat condition of the river. So we instigated a very ambitious project basically to bypass that, and we've created a fantastic new reach of some 600 odd metres of new channel, which is thriving with all manner of wildlife, all kinds of fish species in there, invertebrates, plants. So, and that was one where we involved the community as part of the planting. We planted chalk stream vegetation, and that is a really fantastic flagship project that many people have been involved with. We can be proud of, and we can really chalk up as a tangible outcome of the Trust's work.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon Creek.
Am I right? I'm just thinking in terms of your community engagement and the impact that you have across the district. Am I right in thinking that you've also been working a lot with landowners and farmers where the Tame goes through? Because I've been to several presentations and the work that's gone on is absolutely phenomenal in terms of numbers and also data sets. Is that right? Yeah.
It is. So farming is absolutely one of the most, 80% of the Tame catchment, much of which is about half of which is an SODC territory, is farmed, and farming has a profound fundamental effect on landscape. Done badly, it's a real problem. Done well, it can help with the solution to net zero, to nature recovery. So we've recognised that as a trust, and the main area we've grown in the last couple of years has been the recruitment of another couple of staff, and managing to secure a couple of big projects, one funded by the Rothschild Foundation, another funded by DEFRA, where we've got those project officers on the ground working with farmers, many of whom are forward thinking in terms of what they're trying to gain for the environment, and to try and make a difference where there's a difference to be made, which is in farming practice. So absolutely, yeah. And Chelsea, you've been doing workshops involving water quality. So exactly this project has been involving more recently the farmers. In fact, even last night, I think you were speaking to farmers about this.
Yeah. These series of workshops we've been running as part of the Community Currents project has not just been for local residents who volunteer. We try and bring in the landowners and the farmers as well and link them up. And there's been some really nice overlap between volunteers who maybe want to monitor birds or start doing riverfly monitoring, and then accessing the farmers' land and building that community.
I'm thinking back to the Wallingford Beach project for the water quality, the bathing quality.
Bathing water, yes.
And I remember as part of the monitoring that process, I think some of the water, they monitored quite a long stretch of the Thames, and I think it was at the point of the Thames coming out, some of the worst records were found, weren't they? So the quality was kind of worse there than anywhere else. You were involved in that, and is there efforts now to look at why that was and how that can be improved?
So that was led by our friends over at Thames 21. They're another Rivers Trust. But those results were shocking, but maybe not entirely surprising to us who work in the Tame. There's 33 sewage treatment works in the catchment area, which is quite high density for a catchment of that size. So we have quite a big challenge there with that. And our understanding, we work closely with UKCEH as well, who do really robust research on this. And we know that the sewage input is a really big problem in the Tame. Yeah.
There's another example of how the benefits of our work extend beyond the Tame and have a really good outcome for bathing water at Wallingford.
Yes, and I think just to comment, I think the opportunity for citizen science again there and volunteering and people really wanting to make that difference to their local environment. Yeah, because I think a lot of people were really shocked because it's such a beautiful place, such a beautiful river, and sometimes you don't know what's going on underneath the surface.
So I've used Chair's privilege to ask the last question before lunch, which is, it's not stated here, and I think the answer is no, but is there any potential benefit to the wider community in terms of flood prevention as a result of something you can do?
I would argue that the answer would actually be yes in some cases, and we actually have been working more and more on natural flood management projects, which really could be quite a powerful and affordable and solution that also will bring biodiversity back. So that's actually an area that we're trying to work more in.
Something to look for the future.
Yes, we want more beans. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Right. Thank you all. We're now going to break for lunch, so we could pause the broadcast now, if that's okay. And thank you both.
Thank you.
We're in New Wells, we're right.
Oh, right, yes, yeah.
There's loads of issues and projects to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Meeting recommencing. If I could just remind people to have phones and mobile devices on silent. We're now moving over to a 5-minute presentation from Didcot Trade and Nicole Guest, I believe.
Yeah.
So
hi.
we will give you a 30-second warning when we're approaching 5 minutes.
Will my slides come up? Hi, so I'm Nicole Guest. I'm one of the trustees. Dave Rabble, CEO, sends his apologies, but it's half term. So he sent me. So first thing, can we move to the next slide, please? It's just to sort of contextualise what we do at Didcot Drain. So it's youth work, community-based youth work. We are open access, but we really tend to work on, help the most needy children. So that's either because of the way we engage, which is predominantly detached, or through referral. And the first slide here just really saying money invested in young people really has a fantastic payback, because reduced crime, reduced teenage pregnancy, more access to education and work. So it really is money well spent. But aside from that, just from the actual community, it's real people behind this. It's real people who we're helping and we're changing their lives. So to illustrate that, can we move to the next slide, please? Just want to share a story with you. And this is since we've submitted the application to you. We've been involved in a new programme. It's we're calling it a citizenship programme, but it's participation programme we may hear as well. So we're taking some of the children that have been involved in antisocial behaviour in town. That's again people we've met through detached, or the police have sort of referred to us on the high risk of being out of education. Some of them have unrecognised special educational needs, and generally they come from areas of high deprivation and have a lot of disadvantages. So we've taken the children, and the programme really is to try and help them have a positive community reaction. A lot of them are very negative. They're all seen as troublemakers. You feel sort of that everything they do is wrong. So the point of this is to sort of engage them with the community. So they had big tests last week. They went along to a supported living home to play games with some of the elderly residents, and you can see some of the pictures here. We can flick through to the next slide. And apparently it was just remarkable. They got on really well with these elderly people. They were talking, laughing, listening, engaging. One of them, when they left, said, "Oh, that's fantastic. I really love chatting to Eddie. I can't wait to come back, meet them again." And for the staff at Didcot Training, it was lovely to actually give the parents positive feedback, because they're used to the sort of calls from school saying, well, they're being excluded, they've done this, they've done that. And it was, oh no, this one was fantastic. Love, they were engaging, and they, the elderly people enjoyed it and the young people enjoyed it. And so it gives them that positive feeling that they are actually part of the community, and it's not that they're all the black sheep that everyone's always saying, aren't they dreadful having these young people around. So hopefully that's a turning point for young people, and we'll move forward with our participation programs and keep them involved. And obviously the support we get from SOD helps us to run these programs. I think there might be one more slide with them engaging. There we go. I think he looks more interested than she does in that, but there we go.
Where was
it? Was one of the assisted living homes in Didcot.
In Didcot, right. Okay.
Yeah. So we predominantly work in Didcot. We have recently expanded also into Wallingford. Sorry, this was Didcot. So the fun thing I wanted to share with you is we are engaging in another project with Sovereign Network Group, and that they approached us actually to run a youth wellbeing and social action festival in Didcot, and obviously we saw this is a great opportunity for us to help young people, but also to sort of promote Didcot Train. But as part of our sort of approach is always to be collaborative with other organisations, we've approached two different charities. In fact, Sophia in the room is going to be working with us on this. And actually there's three: Didcot Garden Town Project team and also the Didcot Wellbeing Web. So we're working in partnership to run that festival, and obviously Sovereign is supporting with the funding.
So key to us, though, isn't just to organise the festival, but to get the young people involved. So the young people are being tasked with leading and planning the delivery of the project. So they'll really feel, and hopefully some of the people that were in the project that went to see the old people home will be involved in that as well.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So what I'm hoping to demonstrate is Didcot Train is particularly collaborative, and I think when we looked at the scoring, we know a lot of effort goes into marking that. That's perhaps where we've been perhaps slightly harshly marked. So my plea to you is based on our collaboration and consultation and inclusion, whether you can consider giving us an extra point for consultation and inclusion category and an additional discretionary point for the collaboration category. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Go away.
So questions? Any questions from councillors?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Didcot Garden Town actually, and you've mentioned it, so that's great. And one of the things that we had somebody here talking from earlier from Berensfield, and that's got a garden village project. So the question is, with the Didcot Garden Town project now really kind of starting to build momentum, what sort of role do you see for Train and particularly those young people in helping to shape the future of Didcot? I mean, place shaping is such an important thing, and yet we find, you know, as a council, it's really hard to reach out and engage with the youngsters. So how might Train help to facilitate that?
Well, like all these things, it depends on the young people we're working with. And sometimes we've got a really, really cohesive group of young people that get really involved, and then they tend to sort of grow up and move on, and we have to find a new group of young people. So we, you know, last year, for example, we had something called the Base Council, which was trying to get young people involved in how we run Train. And then as part of that, if you know, if there is any participation project, they then can help drive what we do and where we do it. So it's always our goal to get young people involved, because I think if they have a say in the community, then they feel ownership in the community. And you know, so but it does go in cycles of we'll have a really sort of good group of young people that we're working with, and then they will, you know, we succeed in effect, they go off and get jobs. And then we're starting with the new group. But certainly, yeah, we engage with the young people with surveys, what they want to see, what provisions they want, and that would lead into what they think they need in the town. Yeah. Anything else?
Again, me, sorry. And I know you've recently expanded into Wallingford.
Yes.
How's that gone?
Fantastically.
There's bridge painting on the bridge.
Yes. I mean, the need was there in Wallingford. Yeah. So we, and it's been something we've been looking at for a time, because a lot of the young people that we engage with in the summer will go to Wallingford. And obviously they're by the river, and there's sort of, you know, welfare concerns for our youth workers. And then there was a change in mayor, and as part of that, he said, "Well, I've got some premises you can use." So we went through a step change grant with OCF, which we got for last year, and because there was that sort of pent up demand, it's been and the Wallingford town people are just amazingly sort of active. So, you know, we've got a really good group of volunteers that help with the detached, which help with the youth club. We already had a very good relationship with Wallingford Secondary School, and they have been saying for years, "Come over here, start detached here." So actually, everything just fell into place. So we've got very high attendance rates actually in sort of for our youth club, and our detached is a little bit slower, because if you're a youth worker in Didcot, the young people know who you are. So if someone approaches you with Didcot Train, they're like, "Oh yeah, we know who you are." In Wallingford, if an adult approaches with a train teacher, they're like, "Who are you? Why are you approaching us?" But we through the school had a lot of really good referrals and engagement. Yeah, so it's been very successful. Councillor McDonald.
Do you have a feel for what youngsters would like to see in Didcot?
I personally don't. Being a trustee, I was the accountant, I was the treasurer for about 8 years, and then I stepped briefly into the chair role when Brian McNamee had to step down for health reasons. So I much prefer. I'm an introvert and I prefer numbers, so I don't get involved. I'm afraid if Ben was here, he would be able to answer that. I'm sorry. I'm more a numbers person.
Are there any trains in outside of Didcot and Wallingford? Are there any plans for it? No.
Not at the moment. Personally, I think there are a lot of towns, Wantage, for example, where actually our provision, there's a huge gap for our provision. Obviously, having just expanded into Wallingford, we've got to grow into that in terms of being able to have sustainable financial, again, the accountant speaking, financial income. So, but the model works perfectly. It's worked really well where there's demand. So, and I know a couple of charities that we engage with in Wantage have said there's a gap in the market for what you do. You know, it would be great if you could operate in Wantage. So, you know, potentially over sort of 5-year timescale, you could see us expanding, but obviously that it has to be done sustainably. Yeah.
Hey.
Ben as well. Okay, that's interesting. I'll tell Ben.
So 2 of us in the room, councillors from Didcot. Obviously, we recognise that you do a fantastic job, but obviously we've got 2 new SEN schools coming on in Didcot in the next few years, and it continues to grow. Are you sort of looking forward in terms of how, that huge additional population in Didcot, how you might be able to cope with that? Because that's almost an extra scheme in its own right with how Didcot's projected to grow.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been an issue for Trent. It's an expanding town, and we're always very aware of that. I think one of the reasons I quite like the idea of expansion through different towns is actually you increase the sustainability of raising income, because each town supports you a little bit, and then your overhead is spread over more. So in terms of youth workers, you know, to meet the demand, ideally you'd have more youth workers in Didcot. But that is very much driven by funding, and unfortunately funding all the sort of areas that we raise our money from. So basically we get it from foundations, you know, that's all under pressure. But I think if you have a really good message and you've got, you know, you prove impact, there is money out there, but it's becoming, so that was part of our decision to move from being an operational trustee board where we were responsible for fundraising to bringing in a CEO, because I think you need to be much more savvy in terms of fundraising in a difficult market, and having sort of part-time trustees like myself was great at a certain size. So I think, you know, with the model we've got now, if demand increases in Didcot, we should have the ability to fundraise to meet that demand. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for all you're doing. Thank you.
And we now have Kerry from Sophia.
My time start. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much for inviting us to speak today. So I'm Kerry Locke, the nutritional therapist and Nourish and Flourish program manager. So just wanted to set some context for our application. So we launched Sophia Nourish and Flourish in partnership with Didcot Family Care Network.
Oh, I see. Apologies. Somebody called Rob, one of our presenters called Rob, I presume. Well,
can I start from the Thank you. So yes, as I said, I'm Kerry Locke, the Nourish and Flourish program manager and nutritional therapist. So wanted to set the context for the application. So we launched Sophia Nourish and Flourish program in partnership with the Didcot PCN network in January 2022, which importantly we evolved in response to the local need, and we identified that through direct communications with patients, with schools, with young people and with parents, and also with colleagues across the health sector. I'm on various different groups, including Food Sustainability Health Group, Southern Vale Food Strategy Action Plan. So we were able to ensure really that the programme evolved, complementing existing services, as well as providing additional support where further gaps are identified. So the Didcot wide patient survey highlighted the need for cooking skills and one-to-one nutritional support. So we created the Nourish and Flourish Nutritional Therapy Clinic and launched the Nourish and Flourish Kitchen, which enabled us to support our 70 Sophia young people, which they're from a huge background of high priority groups, including those leaving care into independent living, to develop vital cooking skills, cooking healthy food for their peers. They've cooked over 7,500 meals to date in the first year. And the kitchen, they're able to build their confidence and communication skills and obviously work experience. Last year, we piloted community cooking sessions. So that's aimed at individuals for whom the lack of cooking skills is a key barrier to healthy eating. And that came from referrals from my nutritional therapy clinic, social prescribers, the GPs, and included Didcot and Wallingford patients. Attendees included individuals that suffered from homelessness that had now secured housing. It was a father and son team on one of the sessions, and they can now confidently cook independently healthy meals and don't have to rely on takeaways anymore. So real improvement in their long-term health outcomes. And thanks to the support from the Sophia Employability Programme, the father has also secured work since then as well. So with 27% of Year 6 students in South Oxfordshire identified by the National Child Measurement Programme as overweight or obese, we evolved the Nourish and Flourish School Programme, reaching 635 students by summer 2023. This is preventative work, so it really empowers those young people to really understand what their body needs to be strong and healthy, which is achieved by integrating nutrition into the Year 5 core curriculum and embedding a cooking field trip. We're also able to reach the parents. Parent engagement sessions are able to promote the incredible wraparound services of Sophia, including social prescribing, employability support, digital equipment access through Getting Oxfordshire Online, as well as promoting Sophia's community partner LADA network across Oxfordshire. The forthcoming nutritional therapy cooking sessions will enable bespoke support for priority cohorts, including type 2 diabetics, as well as young parents, so referrals from the likes of A2 Dominion and other housing support providers. So that's going to create a multi-generational positive health support. Further, we've actually trialled a pop-up session working with Train, actually Nicola was here, looking at next-gen pop-up days using our Sophia Didcot Community Manager, working with the Didcot Wellbeing Web members, and it gives young people an opportunity, those that are suffering from inequality, of voice and new experiences. So with this SOD revenue funding, we would support and safeguard this rapidly expanding successful model approach and enabling these priority groups to be continued supported and expand, importantly, our collaborative networks to identify further need. I just wanted to quickly respond to your team's comment point about in our budget, for Sophia, not all of the years showing that the budget had a deficit in some years. So it's important to note that we've gone through a huge transitional change in terms of our significant growth and our activities across both our locations, actually Thames Valley and Milton Keynes. And we did achieve the balanced budget in the last 3 years. Any loss that we've experienced in funding for our key services, we've actually underpinned to ensure consistency in our services for all the different priority groups that we support. And incredibly, since 2019, the contract and revenue growth has risen from over 500,000 to 1.5 million. Reflecting the increase in the demand, thank you, and the investment in our impact services. So we're really looking to continue on building closer relationships with our corporates to secure long-term funding streams like we have with John Lewis, Magnox and British Airways, as well as continuing with our long-term established contracts, including Activate Learning, Didcot PCN, and developing a social enterprise, which some of you might be asking about in the application. So thank you for your time and a very welcome questions that you might.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Just a bit, anyone that's watching will be able to hear.
Right, so any questions, queries? I think what you provided is fantastically thorough. So
Yes.
Thank you.
Always trying to paint a picture, isn't it?
I guess I could ask one question, if that's okay. Have you secured some of those corporate partnerships that you talked about?
Well, some of them, so Magnox supported part of the kitchen build, for example, and so some of the initial outlay for our Nourish and Flourish kitchen magician, Alex Mackay. So part of what we're looking for is the continued funding to support that with all our young people and such like. So we have just secured, but I can't announce it live on TV because we haven't signed the contract yet. But with one of those partners, we have secured monies to be able to support cooking training for community groups and larders as a pilot, which we're hoping will roll out further. So yes, so we have the Business Innovation Directorate. So part of their role, they were established in 2023, and part of their role is really building and working with these business partners to try and create long-term security for some of our programs. Because, like as I said, our focus really is ensuring consistency for any of the cohorts that we work with. And so that's why we have underpinned, and why in some years in the budget there was a deficit drop, because that's exactly what's happened. But we've managed to balance out the last 3 years, which is fantastic. So we're really on solid ground.
Thanks. Well, first of all, well done, and really strong application. And I think the Sophia brand is a very well-known and respected brand locally. So well done on everything you do there. I just want, is everything you do provided for free point of use? So do you have any kind of revenue models for the services that you offer?
So when I started Nourish and Flourish, the key element was absolutely free at point of use. For me, that was a fundamental element of the nutritional support in whatever guise that I've just described it looks like. But moving forward, one of the key elements, and I did sort of allude to it in the application, was a social enterprise branch to Nourish and Flourish that we want to get off the ground. And that is really going to help unlock more sort of work experience, employability opportunities, but also thinking about it from the healthy eating component. I'm a bit obsessed about getting maybe a tuk-tuk ban or something like that, so we can actually, we want to call it Nourish and Flourish on the move, and actually get out into the community, taking the healthy food options. We have a lot of takeaways here in Didcot, and to be able to offer something actually both on-site and outreach would be phenomenal. And we have an amazing piece of kit called an Iberio pan, which is basically a massive brat pan, so it enables us to make about 200 servings of dal in about half an hour. So so we have the facilities in this amazing professional spec kitchen, and we want to kind of launch that, working with our young people through our employability programs to unlock both elements, sort of a cheap, healthier option food. Yeah, and of course that parallels with all of our cooking program, the skills training, things like that.
Yeah, great.
I've just got a question on the numbers, if I may, which is, I think on the draft numbers, you said there was a 23-24 deficit of 66,498. And in the presentation, you said it's now balanced. Could you just clarify that?
Oh, what I was saying, so yeah, so in the last year, sorry, there was 3 successive years, sorry. I would have to sort of refer to our financial director really in terms of the broad brush, because I manage the programme, but in terms of, because obviously this particular program that we're asking for is like 200,000 each of the years, and the cost is the cost. So that is what we're saying is those are deficits, hence we're asking for 40,000 in each year to help us along the way with that.
So there were 3 years before that year, and then that year that's correct.
So what this was the year that we're asking for. So we have a deficit of what we're asking for in our budget. That makes sense.
Councillor McDonald?
Do you have any information on how do you get that information on the impact of your Nourish and Flourish project you have?
Yeah, so all my background's research actually. So data is very much my bread and butter. So for example, with the school programme, I collected an enormous amount of data, pre and post data from the students, from the parents, and from the school teachers as well. And I've done a full statistical analysis on it, and I've fed that back to the funders from 2023, fed that to the county council actually, which is amazing because it's really exciting. We'll be officially launching very soon that we are working on the procurement. So we want a procurement with them to roll out the school programme in key priority areas, out with the area that we're talking about here for SODC, but we're working on other key priorities now through the next 2 years with them, which we're really excited about. So I've been able to use the data and learnings from there and actually share it, and obviously we're influencing our fate with the programme, which is really fantastic. And I can share with you today as well that we have secured 2 other pots of money to ensure that these schools in Didcot will also be rolling out from the next academic year, and we will also be bringing on Beringsfield as well. So thanks to funding from Didcot Garden Town. So we're at the next stage of springboarding. So
what measurements are you?
So the children, so we were looking at sort of self evidence to pre and post knowledge. We're looking at how many fruits and veg they're having. We're looking at their general confidence in understanding nutrition as well, and also whether they were cooking before and after. So for example, we had 89% of the students from 2023 committed to making healthier changes in their lives, and then that reflected back from the data from the parents that said 70% of the students had made quite transitional changes at home in terms of dropping the amount of processed foods or sweet products that they were having, helping with the shopping, even helping with the cooking. And we know that of the 80% of the students from 2023 that had said that they would go home and help with the cooking, 12 months later, when we did a follow-up survey, over 70% were still cooking. And given 40% of the students had never cooked before the programme, like that is an incredible achievement as far as we're concerned. So, and with the support, I work very closely with Dr. Ward, who's based at Woodlands Medical Centre. So she's my kind of partner in crime in terms of the partnership with the PCN, and we're just delighted with the trajectory and with now the buy-in from like the wider geographical areas that we're going to be able to expand out to.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for your time today. It's really appreciated. Thank you.
We are now going to move on to Seesaw, and I believe Jane Alexander Carr is joining us online. Hi, Jane.
Yes, hello, hi. Thanks for inviting me today. I appreciate your time. Let me share my slides with you.
You have 5 minutes, and we'll tell you when it's 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wanted to introduce Seesaw for those that may not be too familiar. We deliver grief support to children and young people and their families in Oxfordshire when a close family member is dying or has died. There are around 2,250 children in Oxfordshire bereaved of a parent or sibling, and around 350 children in Oxfordshire lose a parent each year. And bereavement is an adverse childhood experience, with a third of children being at risk of emotional and behavioural difficulties. And our support is there to reduce the emotional, psychological and mental health consequences of the bereavement. There's no limit on the support we provide, and children can return to us at any time that they require the support. All our services are free of charge to our beneficiaries, and we support around 500 children and young people each year. We cannot predict when or where a death will occur, so the number of young people we support in the district will vary every year. And we have not included parents, carers, schools and other professionals that we work with in the report that we provided to you. I wanted to address the sort of low scores that we had on our financial history, in particular the history of our finances. Seesaw was affected by COVID, as most charities were, and in the first year of the review that you looked at, we did have a deficit, which was planned as we wanted to ensure that we could continue to meet the demand for our services, even though we knew our funding would be restricted significantly. So we used our reserves during that period. However, since then, in the last 2 years, we have recorded a surplus and built our reserves back up. And since sending the report to you, we have really strengthened our finances. Currently, we have confirmed income for this year, which will end in June, at 510,000 for the year. We have invested in our fundraising team to improve and diversify our income. So we have improved our individual giving, our corporate support and our digital fundraising. And our income has become more diverse, including a 6-figure legacy gift just received, an increase in funding from our community groups within the area, in memory donations and events. We've also received an additional 2 multi-year grants, which will help to secure our finances over the 2-year period of the grant we've applied for. And our reserves are currently now at 9 months, which is where our target is. We're also investing heavily in new services to best meet the needs of our beneficiaries. And we have recently launched into schools across the district a new peer support service due to the demand for that type of support. The other area I wanted to touch on was direct community benefit, which I feel maybe we didn't get across strongly in our report, in our application, sorry. We provide a service that is not provided by anybody else within the district, and there is no statutory support for bereaved children at all in the UK. Bereaved children and young people are classed as vulnerable, and our service complements the district services to support vulnerable children. We strengthen bonds within families and help families to support one another, which we believe really does help in the long term for mental well-being. We developed resources to meet the diverse needs of the population, which have included support videos, which are available to the wider community, and providing support in the way that people want to receive it. So online when they want it, face-to-face when they need that, in order to actually reach the population and what they require at the time. And our support minimises the risk of children falling into the at-risk category, which may then lead them to falling behind in education, developing mental and physical illness, and potentially moving into criminal behaviour, which puts additional pressures on the services in the district. That's a quick summary of the points I wanted to address with you, but I'd like to open up to questions, please.
Jane, thank you very much. I shall ask members for questions and comments. Councillor Gorshack.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane, for your presentation and all the work that you do. I note in the report it says that you help 66 clients per year. Is that the figure?
That was the figure for the year prior to the report, to the application. So it varies, and it's really hard to say exactly what the figure will be in the next 2 years because we cannot predict, sadly, when and where deaths will happen. They can happen anytime to anybody. Yes. That is purely the number of children that received direct support from us in the district last year. It doesn't include the schools we've worked with. It doesn't include the wider family members or the other professionals like the HAMS professionals, etc., that we're working with.
Okay, and my supplementary is in the report it says that you have reserves of £440,000, and you also said in this presentation that you have just received an income of £510,000 for the year. I'm inviting you to justify why you are applying for £25,000 from us, or sorry, from the council.
Absolutely.
If you have reserves and you have income of 510,000, question mark, why?
Because our expenditure is increasing. The cost of our service has gone up quite considerably over recent years, and that is mainly because we're seeing much more complex cases which require a lot more one-to-one support. We cannot deal with a lot of the cases with telephone support or parent support anymore. They do require a lot more face-to-face work. So our costs are increasing due to meeting the more complex needs of the children we're working with.
No, so whilst I understand that, but in our report that we have, your operating costs are £53,000 a year.
There are costs for the district, sorry, not for the company as a whole. So that's the proportion for the district. So as a whole, our costs are around 475,000 a year at the moment, and increasing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gordon-Freed and then Councillor Pye.
Thank you, Chair. Jane, how do you get your referrals? How do the young bereaved people know, and how do their families know that you exist and are
They
available?
often, well, we do a lot of pre-bereavement work, and those referrals will usually come through the hospice care or the doctors or hospitals. Other referrals, again, are through GPs or hospitals, but also a lot of our referrals come via schools. When there's been a death within the school community, the teachers will recommend that their parents come through to us for support. We do ask families to self-refer because they need to be ready to receive support, but they normally find out about us via that wider contact. It could be CAMHS, it could be a GP or a school.
Do you go into schools?
We do direct support with schools. We normally support a child in their home unless they'd rather be supported at school, but we work with the teachers involved with those children and families, and we provide online training to schools, and it's all free, our service to schools. Yeah.
I think I was next. Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Could you, I'm just going back to those numbers actually. What's the balance between your fixed costs and your variable costs? Because as I understand it, your cost base is primarily people costs.
It is.
Is that right? What about
It is.
you have other fixed costs as well?
We do have an office. So we work out of a headquarters in Oxford. So we have the rent and the rates and the other costs associated with the office. But predominantly our costs are our salaries. And obviously we have support costs, so the fundraising cost and admin costs on top.
Yeah, and so do you have sort of the staff you use to provide the service? Are they mostly your own people, or are they contracted in, or are they just self-employed counsellors? How does that work?
No, we employ 5 support workers, but we also have 15 voluntary support workers. So they work with the children once we've assessed the case and once we've deemed it suitable to work with a voluntary support worker. So they're vital to our work. They allow us to see the number of children that we do each year, which can be, up to around 500 children. And the voluntary support workers, their only cost is a small amount for a phone and their travel expenses. So they're an amazing resource to us.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Can you stop sharing the screen, please, when you
I can.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have the next person as Sarah Thornley from Thames 21, but I can't see her present on the screen. So I believe we'll move on to Jane Lightfoot. I presume Jay on the screen is that you, Jane? You're muted. You're muted at the moment.
But no, you muted yourself. It's probably your volume.
We can't hear you we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
You can look pretty well.
There's no sound coming through.
You've got a pair of earplugs somewhere.
Do you want to try logging out and logging back in again? That sometimes assists.
Open the volume on the computer.
Yes, the mic.
Yeah, the mic. Try your mic at the top left.
It's getting better.
Yeah. Keep pressing it.
So obviously the volume settings on the device, I think.
No,
Twice.
no, that's not going to work. No. Too quiet.
Yeah, keep going.
There's no sound on our end, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, we can hear you. Come now. Come closer.
Tell you what, we don't need to see you, Jane. Turn your camera off so you can concentrate on talking.
No. We started to hear you for a second, Jane.
You must be volume. I think it is volume on the bar, maybe. Yeah. Nearly.
Keep going.
Can you hear me now? Yes,
You're more. You're very quiet. If you can shout a little bit. Apologies for asking that.
That's absolutely fine. I'm sorry about this. Are you ready for me to start speaking?
Yes, please start. We can just hear you, so please be as clear as possible. It's quite faint still, but we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm one of the trustees at the Mapletree Children's Centre in Wheatley. I really just wanted to make a couple of points and some background information about us. So we're a wonderful old Sure Start centres which used to be run by the local authority, and when it closed down, became a charity. So our ethos is kind of based around our belief that every child should have the best start in life. And so we work with parents and children, offering sessions that revolve around different aspects of the early years foundation stage, but with an emphasis on the whole family rather than just the child, and parents learning to care and learn with their children, in addition to just providing learning experiences for the children. And at the moment we're providing 7 group sessions a week and some one-off courses such as first aid, general advice, and we host some health visitor clinics. We are also based in South Oxfordshire, but we do have a lot of users from other areas. So the purposes of this application, we based our figures on families that reside in the South Oxfordshire district. And I saw on your report that there was a comment about the fact that we'd reduced the number of 240 families with beneficiaries from the South Oxfordshire area. And I just wanted to expand slightly on that to say that we measure our users by the number of families that are registered with us and come to our sessions. We know that there's always a child and another member of the family, so at least the parent and the child is directly using the service. We have whole family sessions once a month. We know that sometimes one parent will come with a child, another parent may come with a child another time. There may be siblings, there may be grandparents involved, and so that's why we were confident that amongst these 240 families that we know are registered with us from the South Oxfordshire area, there are 2 or 3 times the number of beneficiaries because we're benefiting the whole family, not just the child. I just wanted to add to the application and the objectives, because since we submitted the application, we've had a strategy meeting with the next couple of trustees in the next couple of years, and the trustees are aiming is not necessarily to increase the number of beneficiaries to the centre, but to make sure that our services are attracting the right people. So, I mean, our sessions are almost full, but we want to make sure that we're attracting the families that we're open to everyone, and we want to make sure that we're really targeting and attracting the families that really do need help, whether that be financial hardship, whether that be families who are less confident than others about playing and speaking to their children, families that parents that won't necessarily walk into a room full of new people with their children and won't necessarily have a support network. So we decided that we carry on what we're doing, but we really want to try and focus on bringing more of those families to the centre. And we know from the nursery near to us that there are families who would really benefit from coming with their children, parents bringing their children to our services. We know that there are issues in relation to socialisation with 1, 2, 3-year-olds, speech and language development, and so we're really going to try hard this year and focus on collaborating with the nurses and health visitors to try and attract more of those people. We've also done had a lot of work in the past with refugees, mainly Ukrainian and Afghans. Our local asylum welcome keeps in touch with us, and we have just over the last few weeks heard that there may be a project for us to get involved with in relation to some refugees. I don't have the detail yet, but obviously one of our aims also is to help those people who can. We're hoping to get involved with that again.
About 30 seconds left.
Sorry?
About 30 seconds left.
Okay, my last point was that I just wanted to note and apologise that over the past couple of years we might have been a little bit slow in our communication on feedback. Last year we were a bit low on capacity, but we believe we've sorted that now, and we believe that we're more aware of what you require of us, and it's noted, and we will do better if we're fortunate enough to get in money.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. It was quite tricky to hear. So members may have some questions where you've gone through. So apologies if you're asked to reiterate something that you may have gone through. I note on your submission you've got potential number of beneficiaries is 720. Can you tell us how you reached that number, please?
Yeah, that was what I was trying. I did try and explain. You may not have caught it. Because we measure families coming to the centre. So we know that we have 240 families, specifically from the South Oxfordshire district, who come regularly to sessions. And therefore, we know that a parent always brings a child. It's not always the same parent. Sometimes it's a grandparent, sometimes it's a mother, sometimes it's a father. So we know that at least 2, if not 3 people from a lot of families are coming and attending our sessions. But also, part of our ethos is that they will go home, take what they've done in the session and apply it at home and try out things that they've learned in our sessions. New experiences, new games, new ways of learning. And so that's how we've estimated that number, because we know that more than one member of each family benefits from our service.
Thank you. Any other queries, Councillor Powell?
Yeah, thank you, Jane. And I can see from your report that you've really put a lot of thought into different ways of raising revenue for the Maple Tree, and you've been very innovative in the sort of services that you can provide. I'm querying the realism of expecting families from a bit further afield to go, because I understand it's basically you're focused around Wheatley, Forest Hill, but in your paper you're targeting families from Didcot or from Benson, and do you think that's realistic, that families would travel that distance to you?
Yes, because that's based on the families that we currently have coming to us. Those tick boxes, we've gone through our data, and those are the areas that people are currently registered and coming to our sessions from. And they vary. So not in the South Oxfordshire area, they vary. We go up as far as Bicester, so we know that people are, the majority of our families are coming from Wheatley and the surrounding villages, but we know that we have families coming from those areas because we've been through our data, and that's the basis on which we filled out the application.
Thank you.
Any other queries? No. Thank you, Jane.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. That was the last of the people presenting. There was somebody from Thames 21 who was going to present, but is unwell. But they have sent an email responding to some of the questions. So I'm just going to get that to be displayed on the screen, and we can read through it and discuss it, even though we're not able to answer some questions. So if it's possible to display that, please.
Yeah, just gonna yeah. You can read it.
Well, I can, because I'm looking over your shoulder. So Thames 21 is not a national organisation. The charity is an independent organisation and part of the wider Rivers Trust movement with specific geographical focus within the Thames Basin. Similar to the River Thames Conservation Trust, also local member trusts within the Rivers Trust movement. However, working in distinctly different geographical regions. The work across the two organisations complements each other, and we have previously worked on partnership projects with the RTCT. Thames 21 work within SODC is currently supported by local authorities, trusts, foundations, water company, EA, and other government funding sources. Thames 21's unrestricted reserves are increasing alongside growth within the charity itself. Some of the restricted reserves have decreased slightly as strategic investments into the core of the charity have been made. This has supported office improvements, eco-audit, several new roles within the organisation, including head of HR, ops manager, comms officer, corporate partnership manager, trust foundations manager, finance officer, CRM manager. This investment will then generate new and different strands of funding and build a more robust and resilient organisation. The Thames 21 project successfully gained bathing water status in Wallingford had two separate rounds of public consultation. First receiving 200 responses over, and the second over 1,200, with the average for a bathing water site of 380. These consultation windows were brief and demonstrate the reach that our engagement work and previous project can extend to, as well as the high level community interest in local rivers and their health. We scaled up with additional projects across SODC. A large number of residents could be expected to be involved with the project based on river health and water quality. In terms of vulnerable groups, it's an engagement-based organisation, incorporates successful engagement practices into the project developed and delivered. It's noted that the environmental sector has more work to do with regard to engaging underrepresented and vulnerable groups. As such, Thames 21 has considered this within the 5-year plan, give the charity direction to improve along these lines. We target such as carry out volunteering projects that focus on recruiting new volunteers from underrepresented groups and create new routes into employment in the charity environmental sector for youth among underrepresented groups. Thames 21 also benefits from contacts within South Oxfordshire Catchment Partnership, South Chilterns Catchment Partnership, who are actively working on access and inclusive practices. Two more paragraphs. There is 0.2 full-time equivalent officer time supported within the South Chilterns Catchment. Additional time and resources are required to build on current momentum, engaging local residents and developing impactful projects to deliver healthy, climate resilient rivers for our community and wildlife to thrive in. Under the catchment-based approach, developed small pots of investment have previously demonstrated considerable success in Thames 21 catchments, leading to successfully securing other sources of funding for project development delivery, e.g. the initial CABA host funding grant of 3,750 in the London River Lee catchment has resulted in 40,000 match funding and 347,000 of project funding to meet Water Framework Directive goals. Whereas in the RBI catchment, the initial host funding grant of 15,000 has resulted in 20,000 host match funding and £1 million of project funding to meet Water Framework goals over this and future years. The successes already achieved within South Oxfordshire can be built upon and extended with additional capacity this funding will provide. The Thames 21 benefits an extensive network through the local catchment partnership, works alongside regional and national partners to deliver projects such as Rivers Trust, EA, Surfers Against Sewage, DSL, London Zoo, Angling Trust, Paddle UK, British Rowing, Marine Conservation, and several universities. It's represented within the Thames Catchment Forum Partnership, and is the chair of the River Partnerships in London. So that was the email, which is the one on the screen. So, right. So that is all of the presentations we have. So for clarity, we have had 29 requests. A high score is a score of 24 or 25 points. A medium score is a score of 19 through 23 points. and a low score is one of 18 points or less. Which is on page 13 of the pack. So I think I said 24 was high, 24 is medium, but we don't have anybody on 24. So to be clear, if we as members decide to increase somebody who is currently between 0 and 18 points up to 19 points or more, that will result in that project being funded, but there is no increase in the overall pot. So the overall pot would be further, we divided up by another organisation. So it's not a zero-sum game. If you put somebody up, the whole pot is the same and it gets further divided. That's the agree.
Well, but as I understand, we do have discretion to award less to the higher scoring. So in which case,
yes,
the pot would be able to be disseminated slightly more broadly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you just clarify who we haven't heard from today for the list?
So the email I went through was from 10 to 21.
Yeah.
But the ones that I didn't go through or we haven't heard from is My Life, My Choice, Home Start South Oxfordshire, and Oxfordshire Play Association. And currently, based on the scores in the pack, each of those three organisations qualify some money at the moment. And then there are a further 5 organisations who we haven't heard from who don't currently qualify, and that is Style Acre, the Chiltern Centre, Millstream Day Centre, Nomad, and Make Space Oxford.
Thank you.
So that's where we are. So how I was intending to do this was to go through each of the organisations in turn and ask whether members consider that and officers consider that any of the evidence provided means that we should increase any of the scores or indeed decrease any of the scores. So, for example, if an organisation at the moment had 19 points and we decided we didn't like to do that, we could decrease that. So we can look at it like that. So what I was planning to do is just to go through in the order they presented this morning. I think that's probably the right way possible. And just ask whether or not the score that officers have recommended should be accepted by members or should be increased, if that's okay.
Chair, do we need to also note that that there is a record to say that we note these other applications have been put forward?
Yeah, so we will go through each of those and just say if members think that a mark is clearly wrong or wish to make a case for it, then we could do that. I suspect that's unlikely based on them not having provided any further justification. But there may be something, a particular issue that a member feels, actually, no, that's not right.
So again, clarification, 23 is in our medium category.
Yes.
So we have 2 applications that we have ranked as high.
Yes.
And then down to 18, 23 down to 19 actually.
Yeah. So any of either of the organisations currently marked on 23 would need to receive 2 additional marks in order to go up into the high category. But of course, the current recommendation is that we award a much higher percentage of the money for people in the higher categories. So obviously, if we move somebody to that then decreases the pot for the medium.
Would you like me to share this screen?
Yes, please.
Can I also have a request, and you might be able to do it now, but we had an order of presentation that was completely random to this list. Page numbers to where we can find them would be, I don't know if you've got them.
They're on this table, on the first column.
They don't correspond to the report.
They don't.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, they do overprinted. I've got
mine.
printed
Not
postage.
mine,
It's
right.
in line with the pack, isn't it?
As we go through, I will refer to the particular page number that we go through, if that's okay.
It's harder on a computer as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Constantly going up and down, up and down.
I think that's right. We'll do it a number of ways, but if we do it in the order that was presented, I think that would be easier because I think that's probably how most of us have our notes written down.
Yeah,
So-
and the page number corresponding would be amazing.
So-
Agreed.
So the first one that was presented was Wild Oxfordshire. And that is page 63 in the electronic pack. So this is the presentation from Rachel Crooks. And the current assessment was for 21 points. So on that one, the financial review was 4 out of 5. So what I'll do is go through each of the numbers, and if a councillor feels that should change, please speak up at that point. If nobody speaks, we'll just make an assumption that there is nothing to add, and if officers feel that actually there was a point of concern that they had, that you realised and you marked it down and actually it was addressed in the presentation, if you could raise that at the same time. So Wild Oxfordshire financial review was 4 out of 5. The second financial review was 3 out of 4. The community need was 2 out of 5.
So I had a query about that. That was the one where they asked for more specifically, wasn't it?
Do members think that that's been?
I thought that had been addressed quite well in the presentation, and I queried how did that still come up, given how much they do with regards to community involvement. And confusion, given that that was entirely what they. Simulation the simulations consultation. So we said there was some consultation limited to existing service users. If you thought you heard that they had regular consultation with existing service users and priority groups, you could award an extra point. If you I thought they deserved that based on what they said. But
I agree, and actually just from experience of seeing how they work, I thought that, and she described is that the link into lots of other community organisations seemed to be quite strong, and I know they've had lots of requests from like parish councils to actually support them. So I think they are doing perhaps more than they gave themselves credit for in the paper. So I would support another point on that one.
Is the 3 agreed for everyone?
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So we'll amend that one to be 3 out of 5.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
responding to community need, consultation and inclusion, which was previously assessed as 2, we're now marking as 3. Okay.
Yeah.
The direct community benefit and inclusion was 5 out of 5. The officers didn't put an extra point in. Corporate plan priorities was 5 out of 5. And the second Oxfordshire officers additional points was 2 out of 2. So the original assessment was 21, and with the extra point that would be 22. Our members all agree. Excellent.
Yeah, so just to check, that keeps them in the same category. So actually it doesn't really make any overall difference in that sense. Yeah.
So that will be 22 now. We then had Be Free Young Carers. So it's page
38. Back 38.
So the overall score for Be Free Young Carers was 22, and that is made up of 4 out of 5 in the first financial review box, 4 out of 4 in the second one, 4 out of 5 in the responding to community need.
Chair, we felt that substantial consultation is regularly carried out from what they
spoke about. So panel could increase that to 4, from 4 to a 5, if they so wish.
So that was on the responding to community consultation inclusion.
Yeah. So the assessment, by the way, the assessments on this is on page 15. So if you look on page 15, you can see where the marks are.
I've given them 5 stars in my rating.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay. So responding to community need, we are agreeing that on that one, it goes from 4 out of 5 to 5 out of 5. Are members all agreed on that?
Yes, agreed.
Direct community benefit is all 5 out of 5. The first officer additional point isn't there. The corporate plan priorities is 4 out of 5. And the second officer's comment is 1 out of 2. The original mark was 22 out of 27. And with the additional mark makes it 23 out of 27.
Can I just query the officer discretionary mark there, the 1 out of 2? I thought we heard a lot of evidence of integration and collaboration with the other people here. Actually, we had, I know that was offline, but during the presentation, I think they were talking about how they work more closely with other similar organisations. So I would just check. How did you feel? Because you awarded 1 out of 2. Do you think that's still the right?
Yeah, we'd already realised the partnerships are not such in mind in youth. However, they did mention about voluntary organisation and working with other voluntary groups. And
I just wondering what would be the bar to get it to the next to 2 out of 2? You know,
co-production.
Yeah,
co-production with other organisations. Okay, because one thing actually, one of the things I noted down was that the child-led focus they had. So there was lots of collaboration and co-production, but kind of within their own organisation. That doesn't count.
sort of sharing learning.
Yeah.
Being a bit of an advocate.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly noted amongst quite a few of the DICOT based organisations, obviously I'm a bit more aware of being from DICOT, there's quite a lot of interworking amongst all those agencies, which of course is easier to do in a town than it is in a sort of quite a rural community. But there is quite a lot of cross working there, which is brilliant, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we agreed that we increase that 1 score and make that one 23 out of 27?
So we keep the additional corporate plan priority as 1 point, but the other additional point takes them to 23.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that was G3 and Kerry. We then go on to the Wallingford Family Centre. Somebody will get to the page before I 54. Thank you. So currently that was assessed as 21, and that is marked up by the financial review for the first thing being 2 out of 5.
With that, from what they updated us with, I thought that could definitely be increased. I definitely thought that they seemed to have sorted that in my mind.
To move up to a 3, they would need to have balance budgets. We didn't note, did we, that the balance there was still a deficit over those 2 years, although they were smaller deficit.
Smaller deficit. She did acknowledge it was still a deficit, but it was a lot less than it had been. It sounded like they had the funding in hand, though. No?
I think if it's a 3, you could be moving towards sustainable and balanced income. So if the panel feel that's the direction, that they're going in, it could potentially move up the point. Yeah.
I mean, 3 points here is clear movement towards more sustainable and balanced income streams with evidence to reduce budget deficits.
I've noted 3.
So I think 3 would be correct on that.
Yeah.
The second financial review is 4 out of 4. The community need is 5 out of 5 on both categories. The officer is none for the first one. The corporate plan priorities is 4, and the officers is 1 out of 2. The second one, which if we increase that 1 score, it makes it 22 overall rather than 21. Are members happy with that?
We did notice on the co-producing that they did mention supporting the Cholsey.
I was going to just make that comment.
Coaching.
Yeah, I think they did strongly on that one actually. Yeah.
So if the panel.
Well, on the community need, on both of those, we'd already given 5 out of 5, haven't we?
Yeah, but it's for the additional points of the partnership work in co-production.
Yeah.
Collaboration. That was really quite a strong suit for them, I thought.
Yeah.
I've noted that.
So it's got. So do officers feel that, from your point of view, that could be 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would make it 23 overall for that one.
So sorry, that extra point was for
the second officers. Officers, where which is 1 out of 2 to start with, would be 2 out of 2. The next one is the Henley Church's debt. The page. I found it page 105. At the moment, this is 17 points. So very strong on financial review, 5 out of 5. On the first one, 3 out of 4, which is a history for the second one. Responding to community need, consultation and inclusion was 3 out of 5. The direct community benefit was 3 out of 5. The officers, not for the first additional point. The corporate plan priorities was 2 out of 5. And for the second discretionary point was 1 out of 2, which overall leads to a score of 17.
I didn't see any reason to change any of those actually.
I'm not seeing anything, so we're happy to retain that at 17. Thank you. The next one was Oxfordshire Youth.
49.
39.
49.
49. Thank you, Ali. So this was Evans and O'Shaughnessy. Overall, this one was marked at 22, which is a full mark on the first financial review, which is the forward look, but 1 out of 4 on the backward look.
So I definitely thought in their presentation they addressed that. I don't know if you guys came up. Yeah, officers felt that they addressed the concern regarding their reserves policy, and their financial position moving forward, and therefore not risk if the council did decide to award a revenue grant. Yeah,
that's too. Would you mind if I just have a quick look at my notes on that? Because with the backward review, although they may be moving forward, and this applies to everybody, so although they may be moving forward with their reserves, it's what their position is at the time that they apply to us, rather than, yes, okay, now their reserves may be in a better position, they may well be now working within their reserves limit, but if at the time that they applied, their history was that they perhaps had some negatives in some years and their reserves were still below what was required, we wouldn't then be able to increase their score because they then actually said, well, we're in a better position now. Because it's what it was at that point in time. All it does do, as Alison's rightly pointed out, is it gives the council more confidence that if we do award them money, that our money isn't at risk.
Yeah.
So 9 times out of 10, we wouldn't, unless there was something that had happened where they had maybe provided us some wrong figures, which showed that they weren't in deficit in one of the years, we would be very unlikely to be able to change that score because it's about history rather than. Does that make sense?
The ones though that it's to do with the financial year timing and
Yeah.
money that hadn't actually landed yet, but was actually there. No.
Let's be clear about how it's marked. The first financial review one is the one looking forward.
Yeah.
And we've given 5 out of 5 there. So from what are they going to do in the future, we've given the maximum count. The second one is about the history. And I wasn't certain that I wasn't certain that needed to increase. I think the future one looks fine. The history is what it is. I mean, I would say changing it isn't going to significantly change what they get.
Okay,
so I'm personally happy to leave that as one. The community need and community benefit were both 5 out of 5, so those are both great. The first discretionary point wasn't there. The corporate plan was 4 out of 5. The second discretionary points because of all the cross working was both there. So that means it's still a score of 22.
Officers did hear that they worked with 12 CEOs, local businesses strategically to, working with Oxfordshire Youth. So, you could consider that as joint working, joint projects.
Which
they've already got 2.
We've already got 2 out of 2 on that one. We've already given them both discretionary points.
In Oxfordshire.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yes, it was good, but we've given them that one.
Yeah.
And actually, I just going back to that corporate plan one as well, because one of my notes I made here was they really we're looking at a very broad range of services touching so many of our sort of strategic priorities. I whether anybody could ever get 5 out of 5 because of the nature of our corporate plan priorities. I mean, they're not going to align with or the financial instability of the council, which is one of our priorities. So
it's tricky.
But I thought of many of the organisations and one of our general concerns is that we seem to have a lot of organisations who are offering quite similar services across the county, which may just be evidence of demand or maybe something else. But in their case, they did seem to offer that real kind of umbrella, pulling it all together. So almost like, by us supporting them, we're adding value to them, but also to all the other organisations that they kind of bring along with them. And then they had, with their sort of professional approach, I thought they incensed the risk. I didn't feel there was a risk associated with them at all, actually. And I accept that, the history is what history is.
Sorry. Just make a comment that we're talking about Oxford Youth. They're already on 22, and we're minded to put it up to what?
23.
23. And if we put it up to 23, it does not change their category. So we're sort of almost dancing uphill in it. In the sense that with all these 22s, you've got to add
2 points.
3 points. Because you've got to go from 22 to 25 to get there. So there's in a way no point. Because my broader point is that I actually, and this is for the end game, by the way, that I will be suggesting that we eliminate the high priority and the medium priority structure, because I actually don't think that the ones that have been awarded 25 and 27 they're just as good as the ones that were awarded 22 or 23, but that's for discussion later on. So but all I'm saying is there's no point in dancing on pinheads unless you can get this organisation through.
Yeah.
More points.
Yeah. So we're agreed we're still on 22 then.
Yes. Well, I don't mind tweaking it up to 23. It's a good case, but don't take too long over it.
But it's the rankings. In order to be a medium priority, you're going to be anywhere between 19 and 24, which is a pretty broad range, actually. And as we divvy up the pot, are we going to be looking at that group and saying, well, they all get the same percentage or use the same formula to allocate? Or actually, we're saying, well, if you're 19, you get a lower percentage, and if you're 24, you get a higher percentage.
You're going to be in a particular band, so you're either going to be in the high band or the medium band. So that's what we've published as well.
Yeah, but the medium band are not going to get the full whack. No. We've got to divide it out some way. Yeah. Can we do it in accordance with the scoring?
The formula isn't set up to recognise at the moment to that extent. We did try and look whether there was a possibility of doing it like that, but at the moment the mediums would get the same percentage, whatever is left after the high priorities have been awarded. But you will have discretion in terms of deciding whether or not, if you feel it is detrimental, to award the medium at the high scoring priorities 100% of the request. The policy does allow us to reduce that,
but only for that,
but only for the high scoring priority ones, and then
only two anyway.
The medium ones get a percentage of what is left.
So Stefan's right. It's
yeah.
Well, I'm assuming these altered scores will go back to the organisations. Will they be fed back their new scores? So it would be good for them to know.
We can do. We haven't historically fed back on the scores, other than actually what it will when it's published. When the minutes are published, it will be published in there. We will go back to organisations and those who receive the award letter, or those who receive a letter saying that they haven't been awarded. We could include their scores.
Or they can
be watching this. Yeah,
how they've increased it.
I'm fairly certain that most people, especially those with professional fundraising people, will look at their scores to look at how they might amend their submission for next time, or amend their policies to align more with them. Right. Okay.
I don't think so.
I think the point on this medium category is if we're not going to change it substantially, then yes, have the discussion because we're professional, but don't worry too much. I'm between increasing by 1 or 2.
So I'm going to just close that bit of the debate down now, because I think we can, when we've got the marks, then we can actually look at that, if that's okay.
Yeah, great.
And recognising you need to leave earlier.
Well,
if we can get through to get to the marking bit, that'd be good. So that was Oxford Youth. My Vision is the next one.
Sorry, can I just confirm you were adding a point?
Adding 1 point.
To which section?
The corporate plan.
Corporate plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Page 71.
Page 71 for My Vision. My Vision is currently on 20 points, which is the middle. So financial review for the future was 2 out of 5. The past was 4 out of 4. Community need was 4 out of 5. Direct community benefit and inclusion, 4 out of 5. Officers, 0 out of 1. Corporate plan, 4 out of 5. And the second officer's discretion was 2 out of 2. Coming back to Stefan's point, actually they're on 20 at the moment, so awarding, changing much isn't going to make a difference. Are members happy that 20 is correct? Officers happy with 20? Right, okay.
Yeah. I thought, 20 was about right.
Abingdon Bridge.
41.
21.
41.
41. Right. So they are currently on 22 points and would need an extra 3 to change their category. So the financial review going forward is 3 out of 5. I think that might become 4 myself because of the extra money they said.
Yes, I thought they were, I mean, this organisation, which is very good.
Yeah. So
yes,
people happy to
very
change
positive.
the first financial one from 3 out of 5 to 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
The next one is 4 out of 4. The next 2 are 5 out of 5. There's nothing for the first discretionary point.
Wait a minute, hang on, go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. The corporate plan priorities are 4 out of 5, and the officers was 1 out of 2 for the second one. So I think the saying would be 23 rather than 22. Yeah. Members happy with that?
Yes.
Excellent. The next one is Tomley, sorry.
Tomley, page 87.
Page 87.
And they're like 18.
They were 18. So this is one of those that's right on the brink. If we award an extra point, they would get money, but that would mean the pot is spread that bit more thinly. So as long as we are aware of that's what the effect. So financial review was, are you looking forward, was 3 out of 5.
I had a question. I thought, so that's looking forward from what they presented. I thought they deserved another point on that. Yeah, because they had both years balance. So that would go from 3 to 4 in first section.
Yeah, because they said they're now expecting a small surplus, didn't they? So they will,
And I don't know that they know this isn't relevant, but it is a bit in the sense of we had so many of the applications from one part of South, and this is the other side, and I think that's important to acknowledge because I've been there and they're doing most extraordinary jobs.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to visit in the autumn. It's lovely.
Yeah.
We have had a lot of money from South Oxfordshire over the last 25 years.
But I would support on the first financial going to 4 rather than 3.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Chair. Potentially they could go to 5 because to go to 5 they've got to have balanced both years balance and also evidence of diverse income streams, and officers have heard evidence of diverse income streams to be diverse anyway. So it was just the fact that they weren't balanced. That's why they weren't included. So they'll just go from 3 to 5.
Yeah.
1 or 2 doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm seeing nodding. Yeah, we're happy if we make that 5.
Yeah.
The second financial one, which is looking backwards, was 1 out of 4. I didn't see a reason to change that. Community need 4 out of 5 on both. The first discretionary point is nothing. The corporate plan is 4 out of 5, and the second discretionary point was both there. So we're making that 20 out of 27 as opposed to 18. Does all agree?
Yeah.
We then go to Riverside. Riverside was assessed as 16.
What's
So it's page 123, I think.
That's right.
The financial review, the looking forward was 5 out of 5. The looking backwards was 1 out of 4. The community need was 4 out of 5. Community benefit and inclusion was 3 out of 5. I mean, although she asked for that to be considered, I thought if you looked at some of the other presentations, they were able to go straight to numbers, and yeah, they will say 50 families, 100 children, whatever. And theirs was a bit more. Well, we have some, but we don't know. So
I'm a big supporter of this organisation, but I saw no need to change the scores that have been professionally made. They did recognise that they do have difficulty with assessing the impact of their services, but there are mechanisms to do that. So they really need to investigate that. So I would suggest no change.
So
even though they do fantastic work, well, all of these organisations do.
So any change to any of the numbers here, or are we sticking with 16 on this one?
16 for me. Yeah.
The next one was reducing the risk.
Yeah, again, impressive. And
so the assessment there was 25, one of the higher numbers. I did have a question on there for Councillor Bretherton about how much of this is done within the district, but I think they answered that in the presentation. So I think there was a concern from David about how much of it was Oxfordshire and how much of it was SODT, but I think they answered that in the presentation. They are on 25, which is a high category. Does anybody have any concerns with any of the marks for this one? No. Okay, so
we bear with me, we'll just while I put them in.
To me, they demonstrated that they offered very good value for money.
Yeah.
Did a great service at not extraordinary cost. To manage their cost base very well.
Need.
Yeah.
We then come on to citizens' advice, which again was a large score. This is page 23. So again, a high category score of 25. The members disagree or officers disagree with anything or want to change anything?
No change from me.
No,
No.
I think it's
Okay,
very important.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Keep funding.
Absolutely. We then come on to the Earth Trust. The score on that one is
17.
17.
Yeah.
So, were there any scores that members wanted to on that one?
I saw no reason to change, and certainly not to go for 2 points, which is what we would be dealing with, 17 to 19. No change. And I did think they really need to look at their. But it did ask the question about their reserves, which is in land. But they are huge reserves compared with other organisations. So yeah, I agree. No, I wasn't implying that. But yes, but yeah, no change from me.
Do members think of anything needs to be changed on this one? Anyone? No, I can see no. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought. No, I was just sort of thinking, and then the trouble is that we have a framework and we have to stick to the framework, because I thought what they were asking for was quite modest, and the outcomes, we think what impact that funding might have, I thought it actually had a lot of leverage.
Yeah.
So I thought it would, if we made that investment, I think we would see a good return on that investment. But how you get that into this model, I'm not too sure.
That's for another review.
Yeah. But if they're in the bottom tier, then that knocks them off altogether, doesn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Well,
you've got to find get another one there, but I can't see how you get along to.
No, it's.
So if we move on to the Berrin Centre, this is currently assessed at 22 points in the middle range.
46.
I thought they were very impressive.
Yes.
But they're 22, so there's no, well, from my point of view, there's no point in dancing on thin edge again. But really impressive organisation.
Yeah.
And they're solidly in the middle of the medium. So.
Yeah.
I mean, just for their own Advantage, I thought their community benefit inclusion could have gone up one.
Yeah. We put three to a 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
In community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good suggestion.
And that's
And show us an additional possibility of an additional point in another section when you read it.
So, community benefit, you just said 3 to a 4.
Yes.
And I think isn't there one in community need as well. Potentially.
Corporate plan, the emerging and evidence of innovative approach in their growing project.
They mentioned home start partnership, etc.
Yeah, it's mainly the growing minds because it's sort of innovative project, the school readiness. That was in partnership with Home Start, but it wasn't it? And targeted to Berensfield and shared the learning.
Yeah, and I think these are SODC grants, and this is supporting a major SODC strategic priority in Berensfield Village. I think, I think they ought to be right at the top of the pile, if you like, because it's such a critical and deprived part of our district. Yes, we need to be fair, but I think we need to also reflect our future legacy.
Yeah. So I'm quite happy for those to go up. However, it will still keep them in the medium category.
Yeah.
Can I ask then? So the corporate plan is 5.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, obviously, my teaching at Berensfield didn't have any impact on.
But still, it's still 22.
24.
So this
Head of physics, first bonus.
Yeah.
Hang on a moment, and can I just go back over these because I'm missing a point.
So are we putting an extra one on corporate plan priorities on that one?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're putting an extra point on direct community benefit and inclusion. So it's going from 3 out of 5 to 4 out of 5.
I think that's fine. I can't see what they could.
I've got at the moment. May I just read out the scores that I've got? So I've got financial review as 5.
Yeah.
Financial review 2 as being a 3. Community need is a 5. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Community benefit you increased to a 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Corporate plan you increased to a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the additional points is already a 2 anyway. Yeah.
Right. So going
from 24.
22 to 24.
Next. Discovery.
We've got Discovery College, which is currently marked as 17.
860.
Well, my view was that there's nothing we can do. 17 to 19 is a huge leap.
Yeah.
I was almost tempted jokingly to say to the lady, whoever wrote the Berens report, could write the Discovery report, because you obviously scored high, but it's the same person. Of course. Yeah. I saw no reason to change.
I was quite happy to keep that at 17.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a possible additional point for emerging corporate priority because she's mentioned there were 2 service users on their board who are under 25 years, and to get before you need evidence of service users sitting on the board of trustees or decision-making committees. Or equalities, because this is scored on the theme of equalities, inclusion. Yeah.
So yeah, she said they had 2 numbers on there.
Yeah, we could add a point there to make it 4, but it's still going to be in the low category. So
I think it's worth adding the point because again, in the minutes, as you said, the feedback they would say, "Oh well, that was recognised." Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a moment and just while I go across all the others. So the others are all the same.
Yeah.
The only one that we're changing is the
corporate plan priorities.
The additional corporate plan priority.
Yeah.
The main. That's one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just also though queried the 2 out of 5 for direct community benefit and inclusion. What would change that?
Be the numbers of people that they are supporting, which dictates which band they sit in.
Right. They're quite small because they're just.
Yeah.
Yeah. She didn't mention anything about complementing district council services, which would increase it to a 3. So we're currently on a 2, but we didn't hear anything today.
There's a sort of a quantum issue as well, isn't it? Because I mean, they're asking very, very small, but then you think, well, there are other grants, smaller grant funds like the council grants that they could
have other options
apply to. Yeah.
Okay, so that's gone from 17 to 18. Next one is Sue Ryder. I'm looking to my left at this point.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll say my piece and then I'll keep quiet and leave others to go on. Yeah. Right. Sue Ryder is page 79 in the pack. They are currently scoring a 19, which means they are in the medium priority bracket. I'll just say this: I have major concerns because the stuff that they do in South Oxfordshire, the Home Start, is brilliant. Sorry, by the way, I'm a total expert on Sue Ryder. I've been living with it for 5 years and attended board meetings, etc., etc., etc. The Home Start is fantastic. Nurses going into homes, looking after palliative care, absolutely and utterly brilliant. But the management of Sue Ryder is absolutely corporate. There's no compassion, no community in it. And as I did point out, they've got 11 million reserves, and they did sell the Nettlebed palliative care home, which they quite rightly should have done because it's an old creaking building. I had no beef with that. But we did actually press for a new hospice to be built in the grounds of and then sell off the state home. Anyway, so they coined 5 million quid for that. And in my view, they should be using their funds to fund the the hospice in the home in South Oxfordshire. But I will caveat that with the hospice in the home is a good service for South Oxfordshire residents. So whether you want to, give some of the money or none of the money, anyway, I have said my piece and I will now stop. This is the one I feel very passionately about, but others have to decide.
So on this one, on the first financial review, we've got 3 out of 5. On the second one, we've got 3 out of 4. But I do note that on the deductions, it does say that we have the opportunity or we have the option to remove a point if the reserves or finances suggest there's not a need for the grant request, which I think is the point Councillor Groshek has made.
Yes.
So if we think that 3 out of 4 is the correct score overall, we could then choose to deduct a point because of the significant level of reserves.
Well, I mean, certainly compared to many of the other organisations we've seen today, they seem to have other ways of raising this money.
And it's not in land, by the way. It's actually in a bank account.
So first of all, do we agree that 3 out of 4 is the right mark overall for that? And then do we agree or not with the point that we should probably remove 1 mark because of the financial reserves, which would make that score 2 out of 4 rather than 3 out of 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we will amend the second financial score review to be 2 out of 4 because of the level of reserves, which is cash reserves in this case, as opposed to having a land bank which they can't sell, which is a different matter.
I've changed the financial review for question 2 to score 2.
Yeah. On responding to community need, we've got 3 out of 5. On direct community benefit and inclusion is 4 out of 5. The first discretionary point is not there, but corporate plan priorities is 4 out of 5. And we have
just question that actually, because they offer a very, very specific service. How does that get to a 4 on the corporate
Because
plan?
when for each of these organisations, they get to choose which corporate plan priority they'd like to be measured against.
Okay, gotcha.
It's not, they're not being measured against all of them.
Yeah.
So some of the majority of people have chosen the health and wellbeing one.
Yeah.
But others have chosen equalities and some have chosen climate.
Yeah.
So it does just depend which category they chose.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
okay. So that means Sue Ryder ends up with 18. Okay. We then have the River Tame Conservation Trust, which is currently assessed as 22 marks. Does it have to go up significantly to make a change? Are there any of the scores that members want to change on that one?
I was just very impressed with them as an organisation.
And again, this is, you know, the River Tame, you know, it's our asset, isn't it? It's ours, the River Tame, you know, it's sort of
22.
Yes.
the sense of ownership of it. Yeah, who else can they go to? You know, it's sort of, if we don't look after the River Tame, who is going to look after the River Tame?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's the Tame, not the Thames.
Yeah.
Which is lovely little river.
Yeah.
And they were also giving advice to other chalk streams as well.
Like the one in UL. Yes, yes, absolutely.
So
yeah.
are we happy? Go on.
I've
Sorry.
listed that there was flexibility to award an extra point for that emerging corporate plan priority section from a 4 to a 5. They chose the actual priority, the action on climate change and nature recovery. So that's what they've been scored against. Based on the additional evidence, really working with landowners and farmers, you know, working on flood management initiatives.
I mean, I want to see them come back in a couple of years if they're still in the same area as me, council-wise, and come back with some more flood works, because it sounds like that's something that they're looking at. So I was quite happy to make that a 5.
I think they probably undersold themselves, because the presentations that I've been to, the work that they're doing with farmers on flood management in natural, using natural methods is actually phenomenal. And that's it's also doing an incredible BNG gain with regards to at-risk birds. So yeah, I thought that on both the direct community benefit and inclusion, that could go up, as well as the corporate plan priorities, I thought, personally.
Right. I can see Councillor Groshak about to leave. Yes. The one thing I was going to say is I think we could actually complete all of the business at the meeting today and not need the Tuesday night meeting. But I would try to invite you to make the point such that members can listen to the point when we reach a decision later in the meeting, you having already contributed about the high medium.
Yeah. Just before I leave, and I apologise to Lee, but you're great people. You'll make great decisions. That sounded like Trump, but which I didn't mean. The only point I would make is when you've done all the decisions and you've got your high and your medium lot, which are going to get funding, the rest are not, is that the whole of that lot above the medium should be treated equally. That if you've got 18 organisations, 18 divided by 620,000 or whatever it is, gives them pro rata the lump. So my view is, and I'll leave you with it, is that Oxfordshire citizens advice and the domestic abuse should not get commensurately pro rata more than the others. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay. Well, bear that in mind when we.
Oh yes,
we may reach a different decision, but
yeah, of course.
Just wanted to give you the opportunity to make that decision.
No, thank you, and well done. Well done, and we'll see all of you later.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've got a county council meeting. I've got to give.
Oh, lucky you, 3 of them.
Thank you, Paul.
Right, could I ask, do members want a very short 10 minutes?
Before we do, because we jumped about a little bit, and we go here, then we go there. May I just check that I have got the points correct for River Thames? So I've got 5 for the first financial year. I've got 3 for the second one.
Yes.
I've got 4 for community need. I've got 3 for community benefit, but I acknowledge that you were about to say something.
I thought that could go up a point based on what they.
I think it's based on numbers, so we'll just get the team to have a look and see if it goes up to a 4.
I mean, we scored it a 3 because they put sort of a 6,000 figure on number of beneficiaries, but we weren't sure how many vulnerable people. But you know, if panel would like to increase to that would be a 4 for community benefit, because it was a high number, but it was an estimate, so we scored them a 3 instead of a 4.
I just think in comparison to some of the others that have had a 4, they didn't seem to me that they were any less worthy of a 4.
I mean, the criteria for says more than 501 residents and includes a large proportion of vulnerable residents. That's what the category for 4 says. That's what the measure.
I don't think the organisation were able to tell us about the proportion of vulnerable residents, which was why they were moved down to a 3 as well in relation to that.
I suppose that the difficulty, I mean, I think we all appreciate the value of what they do. It's more how, if this is a numbers game, how many people are actually, I mean, are you counting kind of everybody who lives along the River Tame, or are you counting only those people who actually get actively involved in some of the projects? You know, so it's a difficult one to judge.
I think the comment in the measurement about the large proportion of vulnerable people is why I think personally it sits better where it is.
Where it is, okay.
So the panel support it staying a 3?
Yes.
And then we have the additional, they've got an additional point anyway because they've got the additional point because they are a local organisation and where a national organisation has applied as well. And then we've got a 5 for the corporate plan and a 2 for the additional corporate plan, giving them a total of 23. Okay, thank you.
Our next one is Didcot Train, where the original mark was 21. So, any comments on marks? I mean, most of the marks are fairly high. Were there any?
Yeah, no, I think they're highly scored, and I think they're in the right place. Really.
I mean, we'd have to give it another 4 marks to move it up to the next category, even though there might be one that you might want to go up. I think.
Other than the discretionary officer's point, were you going to pick that up?
Yeah. Because they work with Sophia, Didcot Garden Town, Didcot Wellbeing Web.
And I know that, I mean, they mentioned it during their presentation that the work that they've done in Wallingford, that's been very much in collaboration with the Town Council in Wallingford. So
it's the co-producing that would.
Very strong.
I think even though it doesn't change the banding, I think it's still important to recognise it in the scores.
I agree.
I agree. So we're happy that goes up to 2. Yes.
Okay, so the only point I'm changing then is the very last one.
And that would be 2 out of 2. So the overall mark is 22 out of 27. Yes.
Sorry, what was the additional mark?
So on the last box, it's on the discretionary points where we had 1 out of 2. And we felt because of the cross organisation working, that would be 2.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks for that.
We then go on to Sophia. So they've currently got 23 points. So What we've currently got is for the financial review looking forward, it's 5 out of 5. I'm just going through this one because this might be one that's close to the edge and might change category. The financial, so yeah, page 33 is the points.
Yeah.
The financial review looking backwards is 3 out of 4. The responding to community need is currently 4 out of 5.
I had a question mark there.
So for a 5, they would need to have substantial consultations regularly carried out.
I don't think they mentioned any additional substantial consultation, did they?
No, they're better on delivery than talking about it.
And I think
it's a good idea.
With this one in particular, I think it's important to remember what they're asking money for, and it's for a very specific programme, the Nourish and Flourish programme, not for their entire range of activities. So I think it's where it should be in that. Yeah.
So
community need keepers of 4 then?
Yes.
Do you officers agree on that one? Yeah.
Community benefit is already a 5.
Yeah. It's a local organisation delivering the same services as a national organisation based outside the district. That was
you got 1.
Corporate plan priorities.
I had a question mark on moving up to 5 out of 5 on that one. Based on everything you said and what's happening with their corporate plan going forward, sounded incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's sort of targeted approach and demonstrates that they influence change to increase the farm.
Yeah, I mean I think they were. I mean, she was particularly strong on outcomes.
Yeah. So we're making that one a 5 out of 5 and overall 24. Okay. Seesaw. So this is one where it's currently on 18 points. And therefore it's in the low category, so adding a point would make the difference for funding. But again, I make the point every time I mention that if we do add an extra point, the money is going over an extra organisation, so everybody else gets a little bit less.
So we did note that they had sort of diverse income streams, corporate support, digital fundraising, donations, events, multi-year grants, or the funding plan so that we could increase from 4 to 5. That's the funding description.
That's on the first category, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Additional.
This is their first ask of us, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember if anybody else I found because one of my notes was that they're asking for quite a big chunk of their annual cost, and I wasn't sure where else they were going to get the money from if they didn't get it from us. Because what they're doing is very much complementary to the county council's sort of children's services, isn't it? I mean, that was as she was speaking, I was thinking, gosh, yes, it's all important, but I thought she almost confused district with county because she was talking about integration with the district services. I was thinking, well, what services do we offer actually that integrate with what they're doing? It's a county, really, isn't it? So it doesn't mean we can't give them any money, but
if I look at what the financial review and what the measurement says, the difference between 4 and 5 is the only difference between 4 and 5 is 5 says there's a diverse range of income streams.
Yeah,
there isn't. Well, there is in this case.
I think that's what officers were saying. That was noted in the presentation. There were extra.
Yeah, we sort of listed some additional streams that wasn't mentioned in their original application.
So we have the opportunity to change that from 4 to 5. The members think.
Going to make any difference?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using it, not.
Yeah, so we would like to make that all 5, please, which makes the overall
That's
score.
the consensus.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm not
oh, sorry.
consensus is on this side.
Yeah.
Councillor Cooper?
I'm not particularly keen to increase it. But I mean, I'm willing to be outvoted if everybody else wants to do it.
Councillor Powell?
Yeah, I'm really torn on this one. So,
That's a bit better.
I mean, I'm not decrying what they do at all, but I'm conscious that keep reminding us that it goes up, then that's less than everybody else, and it's not a lot of. They're not asking for a huge amount. So again, you know, there are other places they could get £12,000 from, probably. On the other hand, you know, could a grant from us make all the difference to them? You know, that's the challenge we have.
Well, I mean, they're a national organisation, aren't they? So.
Yeah.
One of the things that is troubling me at the moment, given that we're not going to exist for much longer, probably, is I don't want a lot of. A few years ago, we made a conscious effort to try and tell all the revenue grant people that they must look for additional funding streams because we really couldn't keep going. And if we're going to not be here in 3 years, we're certainly not going to be able to give it. So I don't want more, organisations to become dependent on money from us. I don't think it's fair on them. If it's, I guess, if it's a one-off project that can be done and dusted before we ever depart from this world. That's okay, but this is obviously going to go on and on, isn't it? People are going to continue dying.
I suppose we have probably another 3 years to run, and it seems maybe we're being if the officers have identified technical strong reasons why that number should change, just because it tips them into the next level. We've had many of other applications have gone up one, they just happen not to tip into the next tier. So are we discriminating? Are we penalising them unfairly compared to other applicants?
I would argue yes, because to address your issue, Sue, that the need they serve is so specific and so specialised that even if they can only go for 1 more year, that's worth it. It's really worth it. It's far more worth it than some of the huge organisations that are asking lots and lots of money.
Yeah.
If we have the ability to give them the small ask, why don't we? Because it's such a big win for them. That would be my argument.
Okay.
I mean, on a more general point, but just while we're on this subject, I think when we send out all the grants, we should give warning. I mean, there's a number of people who are not aware of local government reorganisation. Just say that, we're not going to be able to do this forever because we're not going to exist forever. So that just a low-level warning at this stage.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, which is there is absolutely no guarantee of this ever being able to be repeated. Which doesn't mean it can't be, but absolutely may not be.
Don't depend on
all organisations. We've always made sure that they are aware that this is never guaranteed funding anyway, and that's why we encourage them to increase their sustainability and their resilience and their partnership working. And so it's immaterial of what happens. Anyway, that message has always been given.
And having resilience.
Having amended our policy and spread the net a bit wider. In a way, we don't want to discourage people. We gave them the opportunity to apply and to unfairly knock them back. Maybe it's not the right thing to do this time.
And we've got a clearly defined list of criteria about how we're marking.
Yeah, and we're hearing that they deserve that extra mark, so I'm happy with that.
I think in this point we put the first one to 5. Sorry, Sue. Any other things on Seesaw? The last one we had a direct presentation on was the one we struggled to hear, and the Maple Tree.
No moment, let me just update all these, so nothing else is changing on.
No.
So just the first finance one.
Yeah, just the finance one.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait for the instant as a national one.
So on the Maple Tree, we're currently at 18. Did anybody see anything that they wish to amend on the Maple Tree?
I'm obviously noted on community benefit, which is the number of beneficiaries. We gave us 3 because we thought it was 250 parents with 1 to 3 children, but I heard the applicant state that 720 was the number of beneficiaries because she was allowing additional siblings and family members that take the children that would also benefit from the actions.
Have we applied that same rating to all of the others? Have we said that for every one person around the others, we've got 2 or 3 people?
I don't know, it just depends what the organisation tells us.
Yeah, I think a lot of them did do that.
Yeah.
So they could potentially go from 3 to 5 because they also think
This is in Wheatley, right?
Yeah, I think the key thing with Maple Tree is that the children can't be left. They can't be left to have to be accompanied by at least 1 adult. So automatically she was saying that, to every child you've got at least 2, an additional adult sibling or adult with them or grandparent.
So do members happy for that to go from 3 to 5? Community benefit going from 3 to 5 for Maple Tree, which will take their score from 18.
I wasn't convinced that people would travel really from.
No, I don't think
Wallingford and Benson and Surrey and all these other places.
Yeah,
they may get 1 or 2 from those places.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a huge number going from Didcot to Wheatley.
No. So
what do we think? Do we want to upgrade that, or do we think they're being ambitious with the number?
I have genuinely never heard of them. So I mean, maybe that's only children. Maybe that's why. But I've heard of Thomley, and Thomley and the places a bit further afield. They're just, a fair play to it for wanting to expand. But there are other people doing exactly the same sort of thing in Benson. I wasn't sure that they necessarily, deserved the full 5 to 5.
We've got 3.
Some of them might live in Buckinghamshire. It does say they live mainly in Oxford.
Or in the city, of course.
Or in the city, yes.
I would personally, I would have thought it's more likely somebody on the fringes of Oxford would head to something in Wheatley than somebody coming up to Didcot. But I don't know.
Do we want to keep it as a 3 then, on the basis that we're not sure where they're coming from?
Yeah, there was
I wasn't convinced. It was, I'm not decrying, they're doing fantastic work, but I wasn't convinced.
Councillor Grant.
Councillor Grant might be more relevant.
So we'll keep that one at 18.
Then please, because again we've just gone to that one score, so I just need to input the others to make sure I've got it correct for when you want to see the big reveal.
Definitely to their detriment to not come and present, I think.
Yeah.
So the other one that we had input today was Thames 21, where the woman concerned sent an email Now, previously, the mark was 17, and I know I did scoot through the email a bit, but I'm not sure I heard anything was an overwhelming point to change anything.
No. Did officers pick up anything from her email?
Right.
No, just managed it.
Right, great. No, so are we happy to leave that one as is?
I suspect with them, similarly to the other, the ones, they probably undersold themselves in terms of community benefit, but that's how it is.
So we had 8 organisations that weren't able to come and present. I'm going to take this in 2 chunks, if I may. There is a group of 5 whose score made them in the low category, and therefore, unless any members have seen something which they think should be marked up, but we have no evidence to mark anything up, I believe we should leave the marks as currently assessed. And just for record on the minutes, that is Styleacre, Chiltern Centre, Millstream Day Centre, Nomad, and Make Space Oxford. So we've had no evidence presented that says that should be checked.
Onwards. 25 onwards.
Oh, it's 25 onwards. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are members happy that we leave those scores as is, which means that they will remain in the low category? Did anybody pick anything up from the papers?
There's no reason to change them. So really.
I'm just saying, somebody may have local knowledge that says X, Y, Z, but just makes that we're not missing anything. And then we had 3 organisations who did present but become in the medium category, and that is, I can't remember what MC.
My Life, My Choice.
My Life, My Choice, Home Start South Oxfordshire, and the Oxfordshire Play Association. So those are all assessed by officers as medium, and in the absence of any further information, retain the scores, which means that they would be medium. I am going to propose a very quick 10-minute PMV, which will allow officers to quickly amend the numbers and present to us.
If we could have 10 or 15 minutes, because I wanted to just need to adjust a few things here and do a few calculations, if that's okay.
That's fine, yeah. Because I think what that will mean is we can come back and have a discussion for a few minutes, and then that will actually complete the business of the meeting, and we wouldn't need a meeting on Tuesday night next week then. So if members are happy, so it's 15:21 now. If we come back at 15:35, you said 15 minutes? Yeah.
Thank you. Bertie, could you pause the stream for us, please? And let me know when you have. Thank you.
There's just one. Wait until.
Thank you. We are now recommencing the meeting. As the first item of business, I would like to propose that we extend the meeting by up to 30 minutes to enable us to finish the meeting tonight or this afternoon and to not need to come back on Tuesday. Do I see a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Powell. All agreed? Thank you. We are now looking at the options. I'd like to bring Councillor Groshak's point up to start with, which is one of the options we could do is lump everybody at high and medium in the same category and just award pro rata by whatever figure. What do members think? I have my own views on this, but what do members think? Councillor Cooper?
I'm very much in favour of us giving the Citizens Advice Bureau the full amount here. I think it's something that, you know, everybody has depended on for years, and they really do earn their money.
So
I wouldn't want them downgraded in any way.
So you're against that?
I'm against that, yeah.
Any other comments on this? No, I mean, I agree with Councillor Cooper in that I think people have gone through the motions to produce some excellent requests, and therefore where they've actually justified and gone through that motion, I think that's the right thing.
Yeah, can I chat? I mean, those were the published criteria, weren't they? So I mean, that is what we have said we would do.
Yeah.
And I think we're all sympathetic to the case, but I think that's what we said we would do. We've got two exceptionally strong cases that, in my view, merit the full award. So no, I'm in favour of changing that system.
Okay, so we have considered that. The consensus in the room is that that's not the right way to go. I'll feed that back to Councillor Groshak in due course. If the minutes could note that, please. Thank you. If we could look at there are two requests in the high category. How many are in the medium and how many in the low?
So there are 15 in the medium. Screen is a bit small for me, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the low category.
Okay. So do we all agree as members that unfortunately, although we would like to be able to do more, that those items in the low category will get no funding? Yes.
With regret, exactly.
With regret, yes. If the minutes can actually note the regrets of members.
I think we should note that it's a difficult balance, isn't it, between giving everybody something or giving a fewer number of organisations a meaningful amount.
Yeah.
So that's efficient for them and efficient for us to monitor as well.
So it does. The policy says in extreme conditions we can reduce the high award from the full amount requested. I just want to just confirm what that would mean for the medium ones if we gave the high categories the full amount.
Yeah, if we gave the high categories their full request, it would mean that the medium categories would get 40% of their request.
Okay,
so you would be looking.
That's quite reasonable.
Still fairly reasonable amounts of money as you scroll down. I can go through each one if you like.
Yes, please.
I don't know whether you can see it properly. So,
well, can I put forward my motion at this stage that I would like very much for us to approach the head of finance and ask whether there are any other budget heads left in this year's budget where we can fire money which they're not going to spend into this grants budget, because the certainly from the representations we've heard today and indeed the papers we've read, they're all very worthwhile. I think I would very much like to be able to fund them to a higher level. If we've, rather than putting money into our reserves, which are what will happen to any underspent revenue budget for this year, I would much rather we did this good work, because I think there's quite a lot of evidence that as councils, not particularly this one, but around the country, as they've been more and more squeezed financially, the voluntary section has had to pick up the pieces and deliver, and they're doing that. And the very least we can do is to help them. So I really would like us, I know the chair has made approaches, and I've been told that we can't take any spare out of the capital budget for grants and put it in here, but I would like us to investigate to see if there are any other budget heads where we could fire money into this.
Just a question on that. Do you mean from this budget year, 24,
Yes.
25?
No, it's got to be now.
Because these monies
come out of this year's.
No, it's next year's. This is 25, 20, this is 25, 26.
And 26, 27.
Yeah. So, and we've just approved the budget for 25, 26. So
well, they're not.
What you're
looking
for a carry
residue
forward.
from this year
To be carried forward into
carried forward into that.
Do we have a mechanism to do?
So what I will think I will do, if it's okay, is we will go through and make awards based on the money that we know is available.
Yeah.
We will then note to Councillor Cooper's comment as a request to finance to see whether that's possible. And if that was possible, we would then have to reconvene and look at some of those monies again. Councillor MacDonald.
I just wanted to ask Councillor Cooper, are you thinking of just awarding the medium ones 100%, or are you wanting to fund the other ones?
No, I think we might as well stick with the scheme. It's just that we haven't got enough to give the medium ones.
So you want those to be bumped up?
Yes. And it maybe not to the 100%. We're at 40% at the moment, even if they went to 80%.
So I'm going to pause that part of the discussion for now.
Right.
I'd like to reach a decision on this, get to a position that we know is where we want to go forward based on the amount we have now, and then take the very valid point about, is there a way of exploring further money to come into the scheme, and in which case we could then come back and look at how much more could go to those medium ones, if that's okay. So based on what we have available now, the options are that the 100%, and Cheryl was just going to go through and say what that would mean for the medium ones. So if you could just go through that, please.
Yeah, so my choice would receive £16,277. My vision would be £26,219. Home Start would be 20,104. Tomley would be 43,252. Wallingford Family Centre would be 12,866. Citizens Advice would be the full ask 243,000. Abingdon Bridge would be 32,166. Barron Centre £16,083. Now we should have two high ones on here. Yes, we have, but we've disappeared then. And then Oxfordshire Play Association 8,042. Seesaw 10,386. Wild Oxfordshire 22,432. Sophia 32,166. Didcot Train is 26,202. Oxfordshire Youth would be 52,684. Be Free Young Carers 20,991. Reducing the risk, just to note as well, we did have to reduce the organisation's ask, because originally they were asking for 79,455, but that was more than 33% of their operating costs, so we reduced that ask. So they would receive 74,669, and Tame Conservation Trust would receive 10,454. And this is over the 2-year period, so those figures would be split in half each year. Again, those subject to budget approval in the next financial year for 26-27.
So we have the option of proceeding with, as you've just been described and see on the screen, which enables the 2 marked high to receive the full funding. In order to do something different, we would have to reduce the 2 that are currently marked high and then spread that over the other 15 items. And my personal view, I suppose, yeah, I'm leading the meeting here, is though if you took a considerable amount away from those, the actual extra effect on all those other organisations is going to be minimal. So I would quite like to see us reward those who've been marked high and give them the full amount that we're allowed to give them, that's requested, and give the others the same pro rata, which is 40%. And we'll come to Councillor Cooper's point about whether extra money can be made available in due course. So I'm not going to propose that. I'm just going to ask what the members think about that as an option.
I suppose the top, in order to be in the top band, it was only 25,
yeah,
and then but it was 24 down to 19, so quite a big range. And I'm just wondering in future whether we drop that higher one down threshold, because it seems some of the ones who were just missed out on being high, there's not much in there what they do or in their proposals that sort of justify dropping from 100% down to 40%.
Yeah.
It's the system we have, so but I'm thinking about maybe for future, and if we do get some, I'm fully supportive of seeing if we can find any more money. But I think this is rational, it's justifiable, it's defendable, and it's what we said we would do.
Yeah. It's just that we would all like to have a bit more money.
We'd all love to have more money. Yeah.
So I'm not hearing any dissension from that. Are members happy with that? As if members are happy generally, I'll then formally propose it.
Yes.
So I would like to formally propose that we adopt the marks that we have discussed in the meeting and noted in the minutes, that we award the 2 schemes rated high the full value of the request, the 15 schemes rated medium the 40.21% of their requests, and the 12 ranked below nothing. Do I see a seconder for that, please? Councillor Powell. Any further debate on that? Are we all agreed? Thank you.
Okay.
And Councillor Cooper would like to formally propose a motion request
that we ask the head of finance if there are any revenue underspends from this year, and any departments that could be moved into fund part or all of the deficit that we're facing at the moment.
So can we via any unspent money from the 24-25 year into this budget pot for 25-26 and 26-27?
Yeah.
To increase the overall monies available in that pot.
Yes, well said. Good, nicely phrased.
That's proposed by Councillor Cooper. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Powell? Are we any further debate? Are we all agreed?
Just a question.
Yeah.
So I probably could do the math, but how much money would that require for all those medium ones to be funded? So
60%.
Doing it in my head.
Well, the total ask is the 1.8 million.
But it's just the
It's
medium.
350. The total.
So it would be, that's 40%.
That's 40%. So it'd be another 500,000.
It'd be 1.5 times that.
1.5 times that.
Yeah.
Is that I just don't feel like doing it in my head.
Yes.
What would be the extra ask?
In which case, Sue, the only amendment that I thought was it just feels unfair in some way to totally exclude the bottom category, because those are sometimes just as worthy and they've just put in a bad application.
Well, that's not what the scheme allows. I mean, that's, no, I agree.
So
Actually, I just a much more varied thing.
That's why I asked you the question.
Yeah, but that's not
it depends how much
the
they might be
scheme agrees, and we're not debating the scheme.
So to be clear, the motion is asking the chair of this committee
Yes, please.
to write to finance to request whether we can via any unspent money from 24-25 into this budget.
Yes, please.
Noting that in order to fund the medium items fully, it would require a £875,000 budget So that makes it an increase of £525,000.
Yes, so we want up to that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't find the full amount.
Yeah.
Well, I've wanted a spare.
I think I know the answer, but that's So that's the. Could you just confirm what the motion says?
Okay, so I've taken some notes, and it's the chair to ask the head of finance if there's any revenue from 2024-25 budget underspends that could be moved to community grants to be allocated to the 25-26, 26-27 community grants budget. Yes. Noting that in order to fund the medium projects fully, you would require £875,000. So that would mean you need £525,000. In a nutshell.
So that's the motion. I'm not sure whether we're allowed to put that in the motion, but we can record it. I guess
it's recorded there, and then you can.
It can be ruled out of order in due course if it's not
Yeah.
appropriate. Do I see a seconder for that motion? Councillor Gordon Creed. Are we all agreed on that?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. I don't believe there are any other items of business for the meeting. No, meeting closed. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We can confirm no stop in the live stream.
Yeah, just